activity is overwhelming. And you're bringing the place down.
All right, hold on.
That was definitely, that was like a big prize.
I hope you guys have a terrible day.
Damn! I told him to be nicer.
I don't know what happened to Jordan today. This is not Jordan.
I told him to be nicer. He's just being plain mean.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys over the sound of this compressor. I don't know. Love you guys. Never change.
Jordan's making enemies and winning friends and making enemies, and
no idea what's happening.
He read the wrong book. He did not get the right book.
I read the only manual that was important.
He did not get the right book. So, not real sure what's going on with you today, buddy.
I'm doing great.
Oh, well, yeah. I don't know about all that.
You will regret that.
Trying to figure out how all these damn crows. One goes over here. Question mark?
Hello, chat. Clearly, I pissed off Jordan. Oh. Wasted mind. So long as he isn't reading the manual that says, point death laser at Earth's core, we're good.
No? Why? It's got burbs.
Philip.
It has burbs. So I've got to glue the burbs on.
The burbs?
Happening, everybody. Don't make Jason get out the death ray.
Satin black for black leather, yay or nay?
Sure.
Yeah. That sounds good to me.
You can dull it down if you need to, if you don't want it to be so matte. Or you can let it ride. It's up to you. Birds aren't real. They were replaced by the government in the 80s. I've been talking to Jen again.
Yes. It shall be magnificent.
Did you ask if he was talking to me? By saying birds aren't real?
Birds are fake?
I said we wanted to get your take on that. If birds are real or if they're a government plot.
Oh, they're real.
she hates birds. Jen, not a fan.
Fan of the bird. Hummingbirds, not so bad.
Cute little flitting around.
Yeah, and they don't.
That's okay.
They don't ever like fly towards you aggressively.
Also true.
And if they did, it would be like a moth. You just shot it away. Larger than a hummingbird.
I appreciate this part of John. Resonates well with my all bugs must die.
What?
I said, I appreciate this side of you, Jen. It resonates very much with my all bugs must die part of my head. You just replace birds with bugs.
Yeah.
Hey, somebody likes us.
We did have a really weirdly overcast day yesterday.
It was kind of odd, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was kind of out of nowhere.
Like, I kept wanting it to rain. Like, why are you playing this trick on us?
I just did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was in that chair yesterday.
Being loud.
As I do.
Making noise.
As I do.
Being Jason.
Also hard to not do.
Well, also as I do.
We're back to having an adult here, though, chat. So we gotta be normal today.
Being here has ever impacted the normalness.
It just gets worse when you're not here to control things. Big Bob reporting for duty. Is that a poop joke? We don't require you to report in for pooping. It's not a necessity.
Speak for yourself.
He did turn the mic down, which is why you couldn't hear me.
I had to turn the mic down. Had to be done. This one doesn't feel like that's long for the world.
What?
This bird that only touches the sword with its
Oh,
toes.
really?
It's just like on him and there's nothing else.
What the?
I feel like that one probably doesn't go on here. I kind of, if I do put it on there, I kind of want it like over here at the tip of the sword. I don't know. Start with these two and then we'll figure it out. This guy I'll just break right off. Guarantee that won't last with me at the helm. So how's everybody doing? How's the week going? We've made it to Friday yet again.
One more revolution around the
That's not how that
calendar
works.
week.
You don't revolve around the week, Jordan.
Sort of.
No, no. You always say that, sort of. No. No, you don't at all, actually.
Well, I mean, it goes. It's
It's 1/52nd of a revolution around the sun.
Yeah. No. That's fair. I can't argue with that.
We've made 1/52nd of a revolution around the sun. And not technically even 1/52nd. It's a little shy of that, I think. Was this a leap year? It was, right?
It was, actually. Funny enough.
Jason's a flat weeker.
I am a flat weaker.
Yeah, don't you know?
Damn straight.
Weeks
Weeks
are
don't
round.
revolve. Weeks don't revolve. Crazy conspiracy theorists. Bunch of crazy people.
Hector, you have $100+ worth of pre-orders of Procurl at your local hobby store.
Holy heck. That's awesome.
Pardon me for being a little quiet while I work on this freehand.
Check the
Trying to
calendar. The weeks really are
Carefully cut out all the correct shapes. Trying to focus up real good here.
You have the super glue accelerator over there?
I do. Moment, please.
The Gregorian calendar is a tool of the... I'm assuming you meant to say Illuminati. And spell check is not your friend today. It's a tool of the illumination. I finished listening to the Joe Rogan podcast that had Terence Howard on it. Finally.
Who is Terence Howard?
He's an actor.
Don't shoot me, please.
He's an actor. His latest thing was
He's
Power.
not like a household name.
His latest show was Power, which was huge, right? The whole Power series with him in it was
I
huge.
know he was on the Empire show.
Oh, wait.
Never watched, but
I think I know who
he
this
was
is.
in
Empire. Yeah, Empire.
Empire. He was on. He was in
He's like a sidekick for somebody.
Iron Man.
Yeah, he was
Yes.
the original
Yeah.
War Machine. Until they hired Don Cheadle. Right? Like, he was supposed to be War Machine, and they hired Don Cheadle.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
So,
Yep. That guy.
yeah,
got
he was
paid
first War
more than
Machine.
Robert Downey Jr.
Huh?
Video game archaeologist just said he got paid more than Robert Downey Jr.
He gave some of his money he gave up some of his money from the movie to allow them to hire Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man. And then when he hit his troubles, because Robert Downey Jr. just got out of jail, that was his whole comeback
This is
thing.
comeback,
It was
yeah.
his second film out of...
Second film out of prison.
Yeah, the first one was Kiss Kiss Bang Bang,
Yep.
which got him the
look for Marvel.
For Marvel, yeah.
But they weren't going to be able to do it because he cost a little much. And so supposedly, well, we know he gave up some money, but Terrence Howard gave up $1 million to float to let him get Robert Downey Jr. He pulled that string. They got Robert Downey Jr. in there, and then when Terrence Howard needed help, Robert Downey Jr. ghosted him.
Really?
Yeah, ghosted him. Yeah. Ghosted him. So that was interesting to learn. Went and read a little bit about that. It was interesting. But yeah, if you want to discuss crazy stuff, go watch that Joe Rogan podcast.
I didn't understand a word of it.
Of what we just did? We were just
So
talking
Terrence
about?
Howard
Of the
is
podcast.
he's a guy who now has been illuminated in his life through various aspects of fourth dimensional understanding and things that he describes of lucid learning in his dreams and things like that, and now has a tremendous amount of patents that he has gotten for very deep physics-based thinking. And when you go look him up, he's not joking. Like, he has done some stuff that is, like, crazy. He has a new propulsion system that he's created that is not standard flying, that can fly in the air and go underwater. That he's built for the sole purpose of being able to have... Do you have the plastic cap for this? You need to keep the spray cap on.
Yeah, I was looking for it when I handed it to you. I'm sure it is around here somewhere. I will find it.
You and Christopher, I swear to God.
Yeah. At least I find my caps.
But it's crazy. You should go listen to it because it's absolutely nuts.
I saw short clips of it. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing those.
James Syram, yeah, it's crazy. Some of the stuff he's come up with.
There we go.
Because it is like on another otherworldly plane of thought. Like listening, I had to be like, back it up. And hit rewind a couple minutes as I'm driving. And be like, did he just say what I think he just said? Joe Rogan was the same way. Joe Rogan was like, I have to have you back. He goes, because I'm going to have to go listen to this 30 times to see if I can catch up with where I think I'm at right now. He's like, I get it conceptually. I have no idea how we got here.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan kept the entire time. And I don't listen to much Joe Rogan, but this one was told to me that there was some crazy stuff on it. And it was funny that, Jen and I were listening to it, and Joe would be like, hey, whoa. Because he was just off on like 50 million tangents. He'd be talking
was
about
like
one thing, and then it would
was
float over
talking
here, and then it'd be over here, and then it'd be
to
way
himself.
off. He's
Like,
like
you
off
wouldn't
in
hear
left field
Joe
chasing
Rogan for,
butterflies, this Terrence
like, an
Howard guy.
hour. Joe Rogan wouldn't say a thing.
Oh, yeah, Joe didn't talk at all.
He didn't talk at all.
Joe didn't talk at all until, like, sometimes you go, whoa, can we go back and discuss this thing? Because I'm lost. It was hilarious.
That's so good.
It was hilarious. Avian says, does it work? His test, whatever they call it, his prototypes work. He has a lot of stuff that works. They ran a simulation that is insane that basically recreated the planet Saturn.
He did, talked about the periodic table.
Yep, his periodic table, which is not his. It's not all 100% him. It's him following other thought processes from other physicists that got kind of shunned along the way for having such different stuff. Yeah, he explained a lot about where he learned about it, which was that weird fourth dimensional, trippy, like, in his dreams being spoken to, and the memories he had of being in the womb and being passed information.
His first memory was being in the womb.
Yeah.
Was his first memory.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, he brought a bunch of stuff more mainstream. He's just built upon it. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff.
Source, we won't click links though.
One specific part of each, but you put it in Discord, Source. Throw it up in Discord. Drugs are a hell of a drug. Well, a lot of people are trying to use that language, and I always am interested in people that the foundation or the standard group of people that you would turn to for whatever in science that's not other than the charade that is Neil deGrasse Tyson. You get people that get talked to, but there's people in that industry that are like saying he's a no-fly zone, and so that makes me want to go find out more. I just want to ask questions. I want to see, like, is this guy really a clown? Is it, or is there something worth listening to there? And it was interesting. I'm not smart enough to know if he's a clown. Like, it just went off on tangents where I'm like, okay, I tap out. Doot, doot.
Yeah, my brain is not comprehending where we're going in with this anymore.
I'm going to tap out here. So we had a question yesterday on stream about determining plinth for a particular project. And I've got this guy who's kind of a, undead, nurgly, fantasy barbarian style guy, and I gotta choose a plinth.
Earlier what this is from,
to put him on,
where it is.
Not from anything. It's just a resin bust. It's not from a game or anything.
But I mean, like, where did you get it? Is it something people can get if they wanted to because they're interested?
It says Honor Guard 3D prints.
Salad sculptors.
It says salad. Salad sculptors. I don't know. Guy I know on Facebook sent it to me. You can clip that. Need to find a plinth. Got some neat ones. And I've got some with a bunch of live edge stuff going on. I feel that really fits.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But it's not the right size or shape, really. It's a little overpowering for the model, I think.
Oh, yeah.
This one.
Oh, that could be cool.
That one's kind of neat. Got like a diseased looking surface to it.
Yeah, I like that.
That could be cool.
Well, wants to know if it's a print or a cast.
So it appears to be a cast, but it says 3D print because it's got mold release and it has no. It's cleaned like a resin cast. It doesn't have like standoffs. There's no supports. So this one's a cast. Now whether they sent me a cast and you'll get a 3D print, I don't know. It says 3D print on the box, but this is a cast. Or this is a 3D print done with the big industrial 3D printers that don't use supports like we think of in resin printing. It uses the white,
uses different material.
The different resin.
Yeah.
Right? It could also be that. It's a fantastic quality print. There's absolutely no print lines to it or anything. So it's been cleaned up. There's some post-processing. They did all the sanding on this thing. So it has a spot for a plinth, but I didn't get a plinth, or a base. I didn't get anything like that. So. And get none of that stuff. This one. Again, a little bulky for him.
I might actually have one that could be good for that. I'd have to run back to my office, but I have one that's a pretty good shape for that, by the way. Did you want me to go grab it?
I like this one. I think I'll use this one.
Okay.
I was going to use that one for Shinobi originally. To look good on something else.
Fuker said, I once again must compliment Monument on the paint color magnesium. I freaking love it.
So great, isn't it? What size rod do you typically use with plinths and busts? I use this aluminum armature wire that I use for sculpting. And it's maybe 2.5 mil. I don't think it's 3 mil. Might be 3 mil. Pretty big. Pretty chonky. Right? That's what I typically use. I just unwind enough to get a good straight length. Chomp that off of there.
Papa Chicken said Jason showed off a Gunslinger Battletech Mini that he had nooshed on stream a while back. Do you know about when I should look in the streams to watch that?
Ooh, that's a long time ago. I don't know if this would have been caught. Probably not on YouTube. Right?
If it's not on YouTube, it'll still probably be on YouTube in our old VOD uploads.
If he was uploading VODs, I don't know the date that this happened.
Was it around the time where you're doing the other ones? Or was it?
No.
Oh, that's different. Well, no, because that's in that.
Because it was Noosh.
Yeah, it was after, yeah.
It was exploring Noosh.
So it would have been probably... Noosh released in November, so it probably would have been either mid to late October, potentially, of last year.
Yeah, could be.
Probably not on YouTube unless it got imported. Do not worry about how easy aluminum bends for the final product.
Nah. Now, once it's securely on there, and I'm not leaving like large portions of it visible, right? Getting resin all over the place.
You're doing the messy stuff.
I'm gonna go off screen for a minute and drill the wood part. Get wood dust right in the trash can instead of on my bench.
So the Pro is looking pretty good here. I'm kind of evening out that O to make it more symmetrical and correctly have the round shapes where it belongs. I think that R is looking pretty good though. I need to cut in a little bit.
Caleb said, Jordan, what happened to your summoning sigil?
It's okay. It's still around. Never fear. I have no need of summoning the Christmas sushi at this moment.
Always have a need to have a Christmas sushi around.
Oh well. You guys heard it here. Looks like Jason's calling forth the summoning circle to summon Christmas sushi.
It won't work. He's not listening.
And is Jordan going to show us how to paint plasma glow on the bold sense of humor?
I just did that like yesterday. Or the day before. I literally have the gun right here.
Pressure's already on.
Nobody's concerned with the past. We don't live life in the rearview mirror here, Jordan.
I just did this 2 days ago.
It's like, but wait.
At your guys' request.
Chat, you got to remember what you asked for.
He's
man.
asking about the bold, about the plasma glow on the bold sense of humor.
There's no plasma on the bold sense of humor.
Bold sense of humor doesn't have weapons.
I mean,
He's a lover, not a fighter.
Jason.
I mean, we could do this.
It goes.
I mean,
this could happen. This could be a thing.
we could make this happen.
This could be a thing. Where's the construction?
It is behind. color would you like?
Black. Ta-da!
Ta-da! I actually need to remind myself or have somebody remind me that we need to order more black because we're running relatively low.
There's 2 packs of that, so I doubt we need to order anymore.
I think we've gone through it.
No.
I can't find the other. I don't know where the other.
Lies.
Slander? Slanderous lies?
Lies and slander. Slander or libel?
Potatoes.
Yes.
Slanders when it's spoken.
What's in print? Libel. Libel's in print. Slander's when you talk about it. Best tool ever.
Best tool ever.
Fordham rotary drill.
Yep. Pretty good. It's one with the foot pedal, right?
Yeah. TX.
You can be liable for libel unless you're liable or something.
What's that?
I don't know.
Is this game delay?
It's probably
Oh my
some like
God.
mnemonic that you're supposed to, or not a mnemonic, but like some little way to remember them. But I don't. How
No,
long should
it's
we-
just game delay.
How long should we let Noosh set before the wipe away?
How much color do you want? The longer you let it set, the more color you get. Think like that. You do not have to let it set long at all. You can put it on, wipe it off immediately, and it'll stay in the low spots, and you'll wipe most of the color off the high spots. The longer you let it sit, the more of a filter you're going to get on the high spots. So like when I did that dreadnought, where I used black brown over the top of my bruised white, the longer I let it sit, the more the bruised white inherits that black brown, becomes darker, right? So I wanted it really gritty, so we let the black brown sit for a little bit, right? So this top coat that was olive flesh on here dulled down quite a bit. Had I just put it on, wiped it immediately off, then it would have just stayed in the recesses. But because there aren't a ton of recesses here, right? There's some panel lines and such. But I wanted a filter on the whole thing to make it look dirtier, so I let it sit for just a little bit longer. But you play with it. It's really, really flexible in the sense that when you start to learn about filtering in general, you're talking about the ability to let something, become darker or lighter if you're using a light color. Okay, that's way too long. We could have him like that. Like I said yesterday, we could just have him be like, for no reason, 6 inches up in the air.
Just out in the middle of nowhere.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Flag hanging in the wind.
Then I would not trust the aluminum bar.
That is correct.
Probably want to cut that into about half.
Yeah, I was about to say you could cut about half of that off.
Ghost Hunter said I tried to super glue a resin model last night, but it literally wouldn't stick together.
Wouldn't stick together.
Yeah.
Anytime you have a problem with super glue and resin, the thing that I can recommend is putting the super glue on the spot. You press the pieces together. They don't adhere. You pull the pieces apart. Take your finger, not a paper towel, nothing else. Take your finger and wipe the super glue off. What I can guarantee is I can't guarantee it, but it won't be as sticky as you think it will because it's picked up some either mold release or something on the surface of the resin that's causing it to lose a lot of its tackiness. Wipe it off with your finger, then wash your hands, right, and whatever, and then apply super glue right over that same surface. Don't clean the surface, but put the super glue right back on that spot, and the second try should work fine.
Shorter username. I assume that's Mike, right?
That's Mike.
Yeah. What rotary tool did you say was best with a foot pedal?
The Fordham TX, my friend.
How long did you let that sit, Jason? Like 15 minutes, an hour?
Oh, no. Like maybe a minute or two? 3? Not too long. You don't want it to sit too long. I mean, you can. Like I said, it'll turn the thing that color. Be as aggressive as you think you want to be.
Songer said, okay, what about metal? Same thing?
Metal? The super glue's not sticking metal together? Yeah, same thing. Wipe it off with your finger, then go back after it with the super glue in the same spot. Yeah, same thing, man. Yeah, Jen didn't get to hear all my lovely singing yesterday, which I did kill it, by the way, babe.
I don't need to know about the I miss when I'm sick.
What's that?
I said I don't need to know about the fun things I miss when I'm sick. Doesn't help me.
All right, now the O is looking a lot better. Much more symmetrical. And the P's halfway covered, so we're probably fine. Bang. Now I can clean up all the little areas where these little notches are that I painted there for guidelines. Actually, I might keep them. No. They're gonna be gone. You find it?
I found what I was looking for.
Oh.
I found this. Everybody start the countdown
3, 2, 1, go.
to when Carter walks through that door and says, here. Great. Perfect. I found fat, so I need 10. Green? Perfect. Yeah, I don't care what color. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
Like the exact second.
Huh?
Yeah, that
like
was
1 second.
perfectly timed. Carter,
You heard me talk
you're
about
wonderful. Keep on keeping on.
Gonna sell the decals you clearly used to get the pro on the bottle. I mean, I watched him paint it.
Jen's like,
No.
there were no decals. There were no decals hurt in the creation of this bottle of
Yeah.
Pro.
But you can get alphabet stickers at pretty much any craft store,
Can you?
it. Also true.
like Hobby Lobby
Vinyl.
or Michael's. And
Vinyl letters.
I talk not loud. Sorry. Yeah, alphabet stickers like in the scrapbooking section. Well, that would be the wrong way to pronounce it.
Deckel? Yeah, if you're Canadian.
Is that how they pronounce it? That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Seriously. It's
Deckel.
Deckel in Canada. Generally.
Them silly
Decal
Canadians.
here. Although I hear people say Deckel in other places, but I learned it from Canadians. Deckel. I was like, what? I had to check and make sure my whole life I wasn't looking at something that was D-E-K-L-E.
So let's gauge the distance here on how.
Someone call out Canada. You want to fight? What, you think we're scared?
Fight me!
What do you
I'm
think?
not scared.
Fight me! How about them Oilers?
Oh no. Jason is choosing
Did they
violence today.
Did
How
they
about
lose?
them Oilers?
Guessing they lost.
What's that?
Did they lose?
Yeah, they're down 3. It's gonna be a tough win for them.
Oh.
If they could win out, same with the Dallas Mavericks in basketball. Neither of which I really care about. I don't have a team in the deal. Obviously, I'm more interested in hockey than I am in basketball. But
Who are the Oilers playing?
the Florida Panthers, believe it or not, Florida Panthers.
That sounds made up.
That sounds made up. They have ice in Florida? In the refrigerator, they do.
In their swamp coolers.
Aluminium has spelling to back it up, though. No, it doesn't. There is no second I.
That's not how you spell aluminum.
There is no second I in aluminum. Even the people that pronounce it aluminium know that.
Can I snag a piece of tape when you have a second?
No.
Please
Well,
and
Paint
thank you.
Liquor, you're in the U.S.
Fine. Doing this the hard way then.
Yes, we're familiar with the Arizona Coyotes.
What's that?
McSalty said Phoenix was home to the Arizona Coyotes.
Was.
Like, we
Did
were
you hear
there.
the announcement that they're just going to call it the Utah Hockey Club?
Wait, what?
Yes.
Great.
The ownership group announced that it's going to be the Utah Hockey Club until further notice. I hope they're trolling.
I mean, they don't really need a name until the season starts, right?
They got to have a mascot, don't they? Isn't that the rules? Call it the Utah Trees.
Utah
Do
trees.
something. I thought the Storm and Mormons was going to be the best
Storm and
one.
Mormons
I
would
mean,
be a
that
great
is
name.
the best name,
Right?
Would be a great
objectively.
name.
I don't even understand. They have the best name in the world staring right in the face. I know that's not representative of everybody in Utah, so I get it.
It is
Mechanized
funny,
Imposter
though.
said, I recently heard the etymology of the word aluminum. The way we pronounce it in the U.S. was the correct and original pronunciation, whereas British decided to change it.
It's
There
still
you
the
go.
correct pronunciation. The British lost in 1776.
They say a lot of weird things, though.
Decal's not quite the same as aluminium. No, because like you look at words like deca, like decahedron, it's DECA. So
but-
DECAL is decal.
But
I
it
totally
doesn't
get
have
it.
anything to do with 10.
Maybe it does.
I don't think it does.
Maybe it was the 10th
you
time they
defending
tried
the
to stick the
Canadians?
sticker on the thing they weren't. I'm stretching here, folks.
I feel like you're trying to be on the side of the Canadians, which I don't understand at all.
Jen,
Traitor!
savagely.
Jen's like, traitor!
Like, why would we want to support them anyways?
That Baka, that I mean, like we had the stereotype of Storm and Mormons, and you took it a step further.
You think the English would be better at English? Wear your hat.
No, he's saying Canada is our hat. Jason, the Latter-day Saint Church has disowned the name Mormon for the church, so former Mormons like me and never Mormons would probably have more fun with the name than current Mormons. I like Storm and Mormons.
I just think,
do
you know, if you
too.
really had a good sense of humor, you would have done that as a crowd pleaser and made the jersey and had a limited edition run and just for giggles. I know
That's
in today's
just-
climate,
that's
people
our
aren't really as
style
good at
of
poking fun
marketing.
at themselves as
Yeah.
they used to be, but you should be. It's very healthy to poke fun at yourself.
That's our style of marketing, which apparently is
Yeah,
I mean, it works.
is something else.
we have fun.
We do indeed have fun.
I mean, we have fun.
Have you guys seen the amount of self-deprecating jokes that have been pointed my way?
Wait a minute.
there are quite a few of
Don't
them.
make it seem all sad.
I mean, there are self-deprecating jokes, and they are at my expense.
It's self-deprecating means you did it.
Like, that is correct. I'm not disputing that.
Sabo said Canada is just Diet France.
Diet France? Only one of the provinces. And I would say that Montreal might be the true France now. Right? Like the Quebecois might be the true Frenchman. Do we have any French
just know
people
that.
in chat? Do we have any French Canadians and people from France in chat that would like to debate this?
Please allow me to get my popcorn before you start.
I was reading an article that said that French Canadians may be more French than actual France nowadays.
Really?
Yeah, they were just talking about. It was an article that was discussing like French governance. I think it didn't have to do with the people. It was more about.
So I'm gonna tell you that the current temperature in Phoenix
It's like 1,000,000.
is 103 degrees.
103? 103?
103.
Oh, that's not that bad.
So I can tell you that a seal suit stream is not going to happen probably for 6 months or more.
Yeah, probably not. It's unlikely.
What are the odds that Bold Sense of Humor ships with a plasma rifle and some sick pauldrons?
I mean,
Slim to none.
that would be so awesome. We need to get Gabe to print some up.
What, plasma guns?
There's like a big plasma gun in a shoulder pad. I mean, I guess I could steal them from this guy.
Yeah, just go buy your own McFarlane toy. I'm neither confirming nor denying that the scale was made properly to fit other people's toy pits.
I mean,
Well,
Hello?
we live in it
look at
quite
this.
successfully.
It looks perfect. His fingers are a little big, but
But
It's
you're
pretty
correct.
close.
Video game archaeologists, you tell people that so that nobody else moves here, please.
the French government is a bit.
Like that?
I think that looks pretty good.
Yep, we can do all that. We can cook popcorn outside. We can fry eggs on our cars. We can bake cookies in the car. We can do all those things because it's hot. So don't come to Arizona.
So don't come to Arizona.
I'm trying to.
Never listen
prevent
to an
people
Arizonan
from
tell you
coming
about
here.
Arizona weather because they are going to try to ensure that nobody else comes here. The trick is that it's actually really neat here. Don't listen to their bitching.
That's why everybody complains about the
Oh,
weather.
General
around here.
Ginkgo said, looks like I gotta go buy a McFarlane Marine to arm my sense of humor.
Scale's not horrible.
Well, we are in Fahrenheit, Svetloger, so 100 degrees Celsius is definitely hotter than
disturbing.
what we will get.
212, isn't it? 212?
The water boils at 100 degrees Celsius.
Then yes.
I think it's like 212.
Yeah, it would be 212. I believe boiling water.
You were living
is
in Texas
212.
knowing the weather here, and you say it's okay there. I believe you. I lived in Texas. Is there any government that isn't occupied by insane people right now? No. No.
I mean, our president pooped
Nope.
himself.
Papa Chicken really enjoyed your time in Sedona and Scottsdale. We went to
Those are two
Sedona
nice
on a
places.
retreat last weekend.
Yeah, two
Jen
very
and I
nice
did.
places to visit.
I was very jealous because it still got cool at night.
It
It
was
felt really
chilly at
good there.
night,
It was
yeah.
like 80 or 90 during the day, but it dropped down to 70 something at night. It was really
Yeah,
nice.
It was really nice. During June in 04 in Iraq, it was 120 in the shade at midday.
Oof. I mean, that's
Like July in Arizona.
kind of like here.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like when they tell you you've had 45 days of 110 plus, it's just kind of all the same.
Doesn't matter.
Like 120 isn't going to change anything.
Once you get past 110, it all feels the same.
Everything you touch is trying to kill you.
Yeah, it's just hot.
Your car is very hot when you
Your
get
car
into
is
it.
very hot and yelling
Your
at
doorknobs.
you. Your AC is making noises you wish it wouldn't make.
Yeah, you're worried that it's just gonna die.
And everything's
minute.
just going to quit.
Yeah, everything's just gonna stop. But we get through it every year. We make it.
The New York Times is bound to tell us we're all going to die and shouldn't live here. It's fine.
McSalty said Canada's current front runner for prime minister thinks electricians pull lightning out of the sky to put it in our homes. Well, good luck to you guys up there.
Well, I know that's not Polyev. Is he your front runner? Who's your front runner? I thought your front runner was Polyev. I guarantee Polyev doesn't believe that electricians pull lightning out of the sky.
Outside in Arizona is
That's not
surface-
him. Okay, so when they take news bites, sound bites, and attribute it to somebody, don't get caught up in that, please. He probably said those exact words,
In jest, likely.
right? He probably said because that's what your current prime minister thinks they are.
Outside
I don't
in
listen to
Arizona,
any politics.
it's surface of the sun, then you go inside and it's freezing. In a lot of public places do keep it very like silly cold, which
Super
is
cold.
fine because then you get really cold inside and then you walk outside and it's not so bad. Feels like a little warmth, just in time to get to your car.
And then get melted.
It's
Man,
intentional.
some of the places you go into though, it's like so cold
Yeah,
that when you walk outside, you like have a reaction.
yeah.
It's like, wait, turn the AC up, please, or down, whichever way you look at it.
Papa Chicken, are you asking about here in Arizona? It is not.
It's solar. They wish you would think it was.
Yeah.
They keep trying to tell you that the government will pay you to put your house on the grid. Not true. They take advantage of all the elderly people and sell them solar down here.
Now I'm confused. Jason's saying Arizona is great. Now he seems to be backing up Jen's don't come here. Is it more likely that Jason's trying to lure me to burning to death or that Jen wants less people in Arizona? I mean, we all want less people in Arizona.
Mike.
Those of us who live here, well, I won't speak for all of us. Many of us who live here do think it's great. But we do also support your complaints about like the heat and how it's too hot to survive. Yeah, you're probably right. You should
You're
stay where you
probably
are.
Right.
If you're concerned about it, not
Don't
for
come.
you.
Yeah.
The hell?
How cold is freezing in stores? I like it around 70. I don't know. I don't look at their thermostats, but
Probably
but it's
62.
chilly. I mean, like I don't anymore because I don't really go anywhere anymore. But I used to keep a sweatshirt in my car all the time because I knew that I would need it. Like if you go to a movie theater, you got to have a sweater. There's certain restaurants we go to where I just know I have to take long sleeves, even if it's 120 outside.
Yeah. She will take a sweater in the car during the summer.
Harvey's Weinberger. They are like.
Yeah,
It's
they're serious
cold.
about their AC.
They are serious about their AC.
They are not trying to be hot in Harvey Weinberger.
Video game archaeologist said, I wish people would move away from Asheville, North Carolina. Figure out the least tolerable thing about where you live and just start telling all kinds of people about it. No one wants that. Is Baby J still working on this model, or did I miss those streams?
Which
Yes.
model?
He put it
Baby J
aside for
has
now.
had model ADD the last couple of weeks.
Correct.
He's worked on like 18 things,
Correct.
but none of them longer for than like a day.
Yep. Or a day or two. I
There
like
you go,
mostly
Ghost
finished
Hunter.
this.
That's how you do it.
This pretty much got done.
Florida is Jumanji in a steam bath during a near constant tropical storm. Do not come to Florida. That's how you do it.
Proper first coat of primer, folks. Take a picture. Second coat starts filling it in. First coat doesn't give you a whole lot of coverage, just gives you a really good light dusting. Second coat starts filling in the gaps. You see I didn't spend much time between first coat and second coat, just enough to get all over the model and then start over at the beginning.
Did he ever finish Thanos?
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
Are you going to paint Juggernaut, Jordan?
From Marvel Crisis Protocol?
I don't know.
Probably not. Not at least right now. I've got this to do. I also don't own that model, and I don't have any interest in playing Brotherhood right now, so I probably won't acquire it.
Floridians are currently all pointing our guns at the Russian fleet, wishing they would feel froggy. I did hear something about this.
What's this?
That Russia is testing some weapons off the coast of Florida or something, I think.
Oh, down by Cuba?
Yeah, maybe. Florida man is enough reason to stay away from Florida. I don't know. People vacation there all the time, so come to Utah. My multiple wives thing hasn't really been happening since my great-great-grandpa's time. I mean, I've watched that Sister Wife show, so I don't think
they had to give up polygamy to become a state. So just remember that.
One of his wives beat him in elections for the state senate. Oh, good for her. Well, they did move to like Flagstaff or something on that one show, but there's that whole area that's, I guess, kind of between, it's at the Utah-Arizona border. There's a lot of overlap. Lived in a lot of places. Florida included. Florida isn't as scary as it's made out to be. It just somehow just makes the news.
What's this?
Florida is not as bad as people make it out to be.
In what sense?
I mean, Florida is like a meme of all the bad things. Florida man. Google your birthday in Florida and see what comes up, and there will be some crazy headline.
Yeah, Florida is just like everywhere else.
Yep.
It's just a little bit more balmy.
The Mormons have been in Mexico for a very long, much longer than the cartel, though, Zazin. Florida has wild gators and Floridians. It's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
That's for the benefit of Ghost.
I think Louisiana is more terrifying for that reason than Florida.
Gators.
Although, you got to remember, man, all of our states, other than like Rhode Island, are huge, comparatively speaking, to most other countries. So there's a lot that can happen in a state and not be indicative of the whole thing. Yes, there's alligators, but you're not going to see them walk. Well, invariably somebody will post a video of a alligator walking down like Disney Boulevard.
I'm sure it's happened.
The reason there are always crazy headlines in Florida is because they have a law that all police bookings are 100% public. I think that's true everywhere. That's like public record. Are we concerned about the monkeys, Ghost Hunter?
Yeah, any interactions with bookings are public record. It's just how available are they made, right? Florida, like we'll see the videos of the sheriff that gets on a podium and says all the people that got arrested for really nefarious stuff in the last week, and he does that like either bi-weekly or monthly. He gets up and says, okay, here's another sting operation we had where we caught one of our senators.
We used to do that all the time here, too.
Name and shame, man. What is wrong with that?
Cookies are a menace.
Do not glorify it. Get up there and call it like it is.
What it comes down to is that every place has good and bad, and we should all just stay where we're happiest.
Yes, I concur.
Every place has good and bad. Yep.
Yep. And runaway pet monkeys too. There's a lot of monkeys in Florida. I didn't realize.
Jason, I must admit, I'm very sad that I did not get brownies yesterday.
That what?
I did not get brownies yesterday. But it was for a good cause, and likely will be remedied today. We were talking about getting brownies.
Yep.
I did not make them last night.
You failed.
I went to One Piece instead.
You played One Piece after all that.
I did.
Ugh.
Worked out pretty good for me, though, I'm going to be honest with you.
Etrian, we are not. We are not at all. In fact, we just said that, well, yeah, we are helping Ghost Hunter out just a little bit because, you know, we're trying to avoid people moving to Arizona, so we're saying bad things about Arizona. Ghost Hunter feels the same way. He doesn't want more people in Florida.
That's pretty good. There's just lots of light coats, much better coverage, much better adhesion. Got a very sharp edged sword, so I know I'm going to be rubbing primer off along the edge of the sword and some of these points and stuff. But hopefully I can do a pretty good job of just holding on to the flint for most of my painting of this guy. That'll help keep him a lot cleaner.
I mean,
So I went ahead
Florida
and-
is like a super popular vacation spot, so yeah, I think people want to go there.
What's that?
Mara said, do any people want to go to Florida?
Oh my
Yes,
God.
lots
It's
of
like one of the
people
most
wanna go to
visited
Florida.
states. What are you talking about?
I'm not sure I would want to live there, but
They have amazing beaches because it turns out the Atlantic's the one you want to put your feet in.
yep.
People go to California and talk about the beaches, but the Pacific is garbage.
Yeah, it sucks.
I very much support you all coming to Utah if you can find housing you can afford. Oh, expensive housing there. I think that's a like, nationwide thing.
Of course, I grew up in Texas and could never understand why people wanted to go to the Gulf. I was like, is the water supposed to be that weird shade of oil?
Well, they keep on dumping a lot of oil into it on accident.
Pacific Ocean is nice out in Hawaii. That's true.
Yeah, I'm talking about here on coastal U.S.
When I was in Texas,
But it's
for
still
work,
it's still super cold water in Hawaii. The beaches. I'll say here's the deal: the beaches along the Pacific are amazing, best beaches. The beaches on the East Coast not as great, but the water in the Atlantic a million times better than the water in the Pacific.
Oh.
Because the water in the Pacific is freezing cold all the time. Be on the beach, the water sucks.
I'm not going into the ocean. I'm looking at it. They both look nice.
She's afraid of fish and sharks and birds.
Or said any of those things except the last one.
Except for what?
The last one.
Birds?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
But that has nothing to do with the ocean.
Oh. Well, what if there's a bird in the ocean? Flying fish.
I'm not concerned about flying fish because I'm not going in the ocean. When I was in Texas for work, I saw TV ads to come visit California as a Californian. I was like, why? Your house doubled in value from 2013 to 2023. Must be the deck we added on. Well, I mean, housing prices went up tremendously all over the place in a 10-year period. Ours doubled from 2017 to 2023.
What is thalassophobia?
I don't know.
Bird fear?
Probably fear of birds. I don't need a fancy name for it.
Did you put a deck on your house too? What are you talking about, Game Delay?
No.
Oh yeah, the stuff in the ocean, like you get like weird thing in your ear.
Yeah, I don't need any of that.
I never think about that when I just go jumping in the water though. Like this is fun. And then you lose like all your extremities.
To be clear, I'm not afraid of the ocean. I just don't swim in it. But I also don't swim really anywhere. I'm not going to lakes. I have no interest in pools anymore. Been there, done that. I'm over it.
Hot tubs, jacuzzis.
I mean,
You're in
I
Arizona.
don't have
You want to think
one.
about this?
Fair enough.
I used to have one at my house in the backyard. I had a pool and a hot tub, and I liked them when I had them. But I'm not going out of my way right now to find either of those.
Well, yeah.
I don't have one at my house. I don't need it. Definitely not going to any public pools. I don't do the tubing thing because that's gross. Public pools, I think, are disgusting.
Cora has a pool. Well, I don't know if she does
doesn't.
anymore. We threw it away, right? We bought her like a Mr. Turtle pool.
Yeah. And she really doesn't need a pool. Because those little ones just get hot and dirty.
Yeah.
She doesn't have too much interest in it. Honestly, Papa Chicken, I think that the freestanding hot tubs are very easy to maintain. I have friends who have one and they use it all the time.
I've always had a problem with pool maintenance at any place that I've been that had one, whether I was renting or owning. So I was like, I never want one again.
Yeah.
Then Jen had one and we never really used it. Used like a couple times.
I was over it by then.
If you get too hot, you'll sit in your creek. Do you have a creek?
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, the hot tub in Arizona is just called the pool.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that you mention it because I was like, I don't think I've ever thought about that since I moved to Arizona. Yeah, I can't imagine people own hot tubs around here.
Well, there are, right? Because in the winter it's still great.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's like the pool is not as useful at the peak of summer because the pool is like pea water.
It can get warm.
It never gets hot, but it gets to where it's like
Warm.
not the cool off you want.
Yeah.
It's like the getting out of the pool is the cool off part you
Yeah.
want, but only for like a split second.
Probably be nice in the evening though, like going for like when it cools
Takes
down
that
a
much
little
water
bit.
a long time to change temperature.
Yeah, I suppose that's
So.
true. Yeah, this one.
All right.
Early morning swim. There you go.
No.
Jen, no. Nope. Don't need that.
And when it gets to be July, just go out to the pool and just put your hand in it and see how it feels.
All right. Oh, he does even have like Nurgle symbol on there. So.
Does he?
All right, I got to think about colors for armor.
It gets hotter than 118, yes, Valley Slim.
Gets a little toasty around here.
Well, Jordan lives in an apartment complex that has a pool, probably more than one,
They have two. And two hot tubs, I think.
but also probably like every third house in Arizona has a pool in the backyard, so it's not a big deal anymore. Paint Liquor said rusted iron.
No,
Copper
so
armor,
let's talk about it. Like, how do I
classic
go about
Nurgle green, or
deciding
different?
colors on a model like this as we're starting? I have to look at, okay, if I use silver armor, which is my go-to, on something like this. Then I also have a big, huge sword that has to have, a lot of metallic color on it. And then I have this different metal in the scale mail that I have to think about. So, I'm thinking that the right coloring is going to be something of a, like when silver tarnishes and gets a little bit of that coppery look to it, right? I'm thinking maybe that, to where I have kind of a gold silver combo going on, like a hybrid alloy looking thing. We'll see. That way I can do steel, whether dark or blue, or on the blade with rust, because it has pits and things in it. And then I can do the scale mail down here in a color as well. But I don't have silver. I can do a silver, form of silver, iron, whatever, white metal, yellowish metal, not gold, but yellowish tarnished silvery metal, and then something brighter on the chain links, or gold on the, not the chain links, the scale or something.
You cannonball from your apartment into the pool. I mean, maybe, but he probably wants to stay living there.
I think he's on the 4th floor.
I am on the 3rd floor.
3rd floor.
I could. It would be a precariously long jump.
Well, and you wouldn't want to get evicted or die. So
yeah, correct.
You're probably not going to do
I most certainly am not going to do it.
Maybe. Will you? No.
Is it a thing that could potentially happen, as far as like in the realm of physics can allow it? Yeah. I do live close to the edge of the pool. It's only a couple of flights of stairs down, and then it's right in front of me.
This is a big question today. Can you do a tutorial for non-metallic gold with the flame on set?
I mean,
we
answered that one with Flame On did one that's free.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you use it straight from the horse's mouth? But yes, we definitely can. I answered one on Facebook. I don't know if that was you. We can definitely do stuff. Jordan's been doing a lot of painting live on stream with the Flame On set for golds and other colors or other materials as well. But Mashik himself did a gold tutorial that is free on his Patreon. You don't have to even sign up for the Patreon. You don't have to do anything. You just have to go to patreon.com, and it's in his his community announcements. It's just in there. It's listed, a PDF you can go get for free. I would suggest you go over there post haste and get that and start there. But we can definitely do one too. I'm not trying to blow you off in any way. But seeing the guy who helped develop the colors use them, I think is worth its weight.
It's already done and ready, and you can look at it today, whereas
it would
take us a while to make one.
Correct. Vector is asking what this color is that you're using, Jason.
Dark Sea Bend.
It's delicious. Not because you can eat it, but because it's cool color. It's an expression, folks. Don't get excited.
Oh. Well, Tynex said, thank you. That will be amazing. I've seen it, and I wasn't impressed.
Oh, really? Wait a minute. You weren't impressed with him? What about it had you not being impressed? Just, was it the way the PDF was formulated? The outcome's superb, so.
I think there is something to be said for a little bit of surprise for a lot of people in realizing that it's
not like the
magic.
Format, the PDF format. You're looking more for like video. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, is it the learning, the way the learning is formatted? Because, yeah, we would definitely do it as a video. I will probably do some on this model that will be gold. I might do the scale mail bits as gold. We'll see. I don't ever really have a plan when I paint, even when I'm doing display models like this. It just kind of becomes what it wants to become as I go. I know I want this to look, have that nurgly feel. Lots of tarnish, lots of weather, lots of sped up decay. But look like, it could have once been something glorious. I think a lot of like the Dark Souls style armor sets that are all beat up. They have some that are like very tarnished.
Not every good painter is a good teacher. That's true.
Yeah. That's why I was asking. Is it more of that situation? Yeah, we'll definitely do some gold. I used that set for the gold on Usharon, but it was a very small amount. It was the bangles on his wrist.
I can probably find something fun to paint that has a ton of gold on it that I can do for you guys. Spend a little bit of time.
Mike said, Jason, you don't have a plan when you're painting like armies, or do you just mean for one-off display pieces?
I really never have a plan. If you've been around here for long, you learn one thing with me is that I rarely attack things with any kind of an understanding other than maybe I'll have like what I want the main color to be. We painted 2,000 points of Lumineth Realm Lords for Age of Sigmar in a week. And that army, when I started it, I was very blunt in saying, I just want it to be orangish. That's how we started it. And I had to just start throwing color at it. So that's what I did.
Looks great, by the way.
That's what I did. And you know, so it, for me, that's part of my joy in painting is the discovery process along the way rather than the formulation of the color scheme. Now, it means sometimes that a model doesn't find its way to a color scheme that I really appreciate, and sometimes I put the model down for a while until I can come back to it and look at it with fresh eyes, right? Whereas if I'd have had a plan and thought it out, maybe I wouldn't have to take a break, you know, that kind of stuff. So, you know, there is that. But 99.9% of the time, it works great for me. So like this, I'm just, you know, I look at it and I think, okay, well, I know I want this to be kind of a tarnished silver that leans a little bit into like a brassy look, or, you know, I keep thinking the way like silverware looks when it's been in a heirloom box for 50 million years and you open it up and it has that kind of coppery tinge to it from the tarnish. It's not the silver it's all of the debris and residue that's on it that is oxidizing and causing that coloration. But it tells the same story regardless of what it is scientifically. And that's kind of my thought for the armor. So I'm just starting in. I look at what I have to paint first on the model, and the armor is one of the biggest things I need to paint because it's deeper in set. Then I'll move to skin on his head, arm and stuff. But I need to get this armor, this area with the skin draping over the armor will be the most complex with making sure I don't mess my painting up and all that. But that's what kind of guides me as to what I need to be looking at painting first.
Source says, does the go bag have rigid walls that will help protect what's inside, for instance, minis?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah,
go
the
bag
front of the
is
go
foam
bag
and
is
it's
like
something to put the minis in
Brink's
inside, though.
Vault molded foam, PVA
Here.
molded foam. It's a hard, solid surface, and
Very
the sides
similar.
are reinforced with a honeycomb plastic insert in the nylon.
So it if you guys can hear this, it's got
Yeah.
a similar sort of rigidity
It's the same,
to the same. Yeah.
same exact stuff.
So it's nice and solid. I mean,
You
it's
would-
got a little bit of give to it, but it's not going anywhere.
But you would need to have something to put the minis in inside of it still, because it comes with foam paint trays.
Correct.
So you would still need to have something that you put the miniatures in inside of the case.
Our pluck foam that we sell works great for that, by the way. That's how I take
This is
all of my
Source,
minis to shows.
who's buying from the EU, and I don't know what they have there.
Fair enough.
We don't have them yet. Mid to late July.
What's that?
Evos. They call me Mr. JJ. Said, how long did it take for you to be able to get the feel for being able to jump in without a huge plan for color?
Great question, because I grew up painting scale models, and so a lot of my coloring was figured out for me, because if you're painting a tiger tank and you're doing like a historically accurate diorama, you kind of know what you need to be working with. It's like painting Spider-Man. Like, you know what Spider-Man looks like, right? So you can start there. You can get creative and do whatever you want to with it. But I spent a lot of my time learning to paint in a realm where the paint colors weren't really
It wasn't a
a
decision.
concern of mine.
Yeah.
I knew I had a bunch of, camo colors, and I just chose desert yellow or, German field gray and stuff like that. So that may have some effect on it, that early on in my painting for, my art, I didn't have to choose a lot of color, so I just never made it part of my plan anyway. And then when I switched away from painting, I never really thought about this, so I could be talking about my butt, but it's worth diving into, that may be the case, that when I started painting miniatures, that since I hadn't ever really thought about picking colors, that I just didn't carry that into miniature painting, and I just said, okay, well, let's just paint with what I got.
Yeah, that was the brush fault. Songer said how many 32 mil models fit in the Go Bag Mini approximately.
32 mil models?
I don't know, maybe.
Well, it's pluck foam in there.
Depending on how you pluck the foam, right? Because it's got that's like how long is a piece of string. I can fit a ton of Space Marines. I can probably fit a dozen, bigger models, maybe 6 cavalry models at that scale. But it's a 3-inch deep pluck foam, and it is 11 by 9, 8.5 by 10.5, kind of on the pluck foam. To give you an idea, you're going to leave a surround on the pluck foam probably, so it's not that full dimension. But I mean, you can get quite a bit of models in there.
Zero Kelvin said the Monument brush case I got convinced me to buy the Go Bag Evo when they're back. Can't wait.
Nice.
That's awesome.
This is the one that I take to shows lately. It had the epic scale Thunderhawk, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Marines, Thanos, and then a jumble of other stuff that I was working on. It's got a warrior that I was working on and a model I did at the paint and take thing. But you can see how inefficient I've been with my placement. I've left double wall foam in between them, and didn't use this corner up here very well. To give you an idea. It's big. Excuse me.
You are excused.
That's not how that works, Jordan.
But you said you asked to be excused.
I don't think this guy's ever been in public with normal people a day in his life.
No. No, probably not. Are you guys off next Wednesday? Why would we be off next Wednesday?
What's next Wednesday? We missing something? I'd like to be off. What excuse you got?
Jason's like, tell me why I should not come into work.
I don't think we're off next Wednesday.
I don't think so either.
I don't know of any holidays in the U.S. that drop in the middle of a week. They tried to do that specifically so that we only get holidays on weekends.
No. Be here.
Juneteenth.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Isn't that some like
Not one of our
random new
holidays.
holiday that they just made up?
No, it's
No,
like Emancipation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Thanksgiving's kind of like the only one, and it's always on a
Veterans
Thursday.
Day,
4th of July.
Columbus. There's a lot. They're not on.
I don't pay attention. We always observe them on the weekend, except for 4th of July.
Christmas.
You should request the 5th of July off. Do you have a recuperation day?
Well, the 4th is a Thursday.
Oh, then you have a long weekend. Not a bad idea.
So far, I think only one person here has requested it off.
I don't know. I don't feel like I need a lot of days off around work. Very rarely.
It can suck to have a day off in the middle of the week and then have to go back. Especially when the day off is a Thursday and you have to go back for a Friday.
That's the tough one. It's almost like it's not worth it.
Yeah.
As a business owner, we'd love to be able to say, let's just take the long weekend, but you can't.
You really can't.
Because there's customers that need their order shipped.
Yeah.
So, we're not really the boss.
We
You
are
guys
not-
are.
That's exactly right. As much as we're the boss, we are not the boss.
And please keep ordering through that time, please.
Well,
don't
that's the
stop
thing is
ordering
that
on our account.
Our web store never closes, so
Yeah.
technically we really shouldn't have any days off.
I'm going to use.
New season of House of the Dragon this Sunday. I thought I saw something about that and I forgot to look it up.
Oh my goodness! It is. Is it this Sunday?
And then I also think I
Some
saw
bright
that
pale
The
yellow?
Boys has a new season.
The Boys' new season is coming. It's going to be a big summer for
I
that
thought
kind of
I thought
stuff,
The
right?
Boys was done.
No.
Oh.
No, I just saw a thing last night that said new episodes weekly. So I assume it either has started or it will be starting.
Oh, look at that. The Punisher has given me Friday the 5th.
Don't say it
off.
out loud. We do not have that day off.
No.
You're not the boss of that paint liquor.
But yes, Papa Chicken has it right. For me, every day feels like a vacation because I happen to like what I do. And I like who I work with. And that combination of things turns it into a pretty good time.
Games played poorly. There's 3 episodes so far of the new season.
Boys started last night.
It started last night.
That's what they're saying.
Oh, most of that. Okay.
Homelander isn't a good guy. Don't idolize him. He's kind of a bad guy. And by kind of, I mean very much a bad guy.
I don't know that there's a lot left to imagination with that guy.
Yeah.
He's just
3
not
episodes
good.
of The Boys season 4. Okay. Cool. We got some stuff to watch this weekend then.
Why we gotta wait till the weekend?
Woohoo. Why do we have to wait till the week?
Well, it's Friday today, so we're already there.
You got-
There's no waiting.
You got
Today's
34
Friday?
minutes.
You're not going to be, well, I mean, you might be, I don't know what your plans are tonight, but
Oh yeah, are we doing a game night tonight?
Carter put a message.
There are a lot
that-
of people staying.
Carter put a message.
Carter
that
is
he's staying.
chaperoning.
Yeah.
Ooh. Does that mean you guys are going to enjoy a nice night with the dog?
Oh, I don't know.
Mhm. I hope you guys have a wonderful Friday evening.
Dipolar Stream said, you guys going to sell those Pro Curl potato heads? Need to get my hands on one. Well, they were for sale. We had 2, and they've both been sold. They were also $499. So,
So the fun
if you
story
need to get
here.
your hands on one, we can talk.
The fun story here
If you
is
give
that,
us
yes,
$500.
we created
we can give
it
you one.
as a joke product.
You laugh, but I'm not kidding. 2 people bought these. One of them is General Ginkgo, who is in chat. Well, he was here earlier. I don't know if he still is, but
Yeah, we did them as a joke because we had a person trolling one of our commercials, right? So we make fun commercials, and somebody woke up and chose violence and decided that they needed to tell us to stop trying to be funny and yada yada. Anyway, so I was, jousting back and forth with this person on the internet as I do, and at some point in time, I just realized, I was like, this guy just doesn't want to have fun. So I went immediately just on a whim, made bold sense of humor as a color, took the paint bottle, made a special label, put Groucho Marx glasses on it, put it on the web, marked it at $499 so nobody would actually buy it, so we didn't have to make it, and sent him the link. And I sent this person the link. I said, you need a hug and a bold sense of humor. Check out this link. Never heard from him again. Worked. Didn't think about it, left it up, everybody had fun with it, linked it in Discord, yada, 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 as we do. And 2 people bought it. So they put us on...
They called us out.
And they were like, so what am I going to get? I mean, I love it that nobody even knew what it was.
It didn't even have a picture, did it?
It had a picture. It didn't have a
picture?
description.
Okay.
It was a bottle with the Groucho Marx sunglasses on.
Awkwardish Panda said, to be fair, $500 for a well-done commission this large and customized is a hell of a good deal. But they didn't know that they were going to get that when they bought it, is the thing.
No, we would have sold 1 million of them if we would have said painted by myself and Jordan Lamb. That wasn't the key. The key was that we were just doing it for fun. When people bought it, they called me out. I was like, well, I guess I got to figure it out now.
I feel like it was Paul that came in and was like, Miss Jen, what is this? And like, he hands me the packing slip. I'm like, what?
So good.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know it. You guys, either you or Phil came in and were like, so we sold a bold sense of humor. What are we going to do? I was like, well,
he maybe said the second one because it was the store.
It's like, I guess I'll get on that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I had said, everybody had said, what if you sell one? I go, well, I will commit to having a sculpt made of the bottle with the Groucho Marx. And then when we actually, never thinking I'd have to do it. Then when we actually sold one, I was like, okay, well, what I will actually do is turn it into a brush holder, and then we'll have some fun with this. And I'll paint it up. Then we sold a second one after they knew what they were going to get. And then we took it off the web.
Now we're like, no more.
Because Jordan and I aren't going to be sitting here painting these on stream for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
But I painted one, and it's off to General Ginkgo. That was the first one that got bought.
And this is the second one.
And Jordan's painting the second one.
Papa Chicken said, I put one in my cart and went to check out expecting something to happen, and it not let me actually check out. When I got to the cart, I lost the game of chicken. Exactly.
We're not playing around here, folks. It's a real deal.
Papa Chicken. Yeah, you're like, I wonder if it'll let me actually buy this thing.
Yes, it will.
It does actually let me buy this thing.
Sure does. We did ask both of them, are you sure? And they both said yes.
They will look different. They will not be the same. They will not be painted the same way. But they certainly will be. It will be a good time. It will be a good time for sure.
We got plans. Don't worry.
Mm-hmm. Texture Trainer number 4 sense of humor bottle. That would be funny. You should get it scanned into a resin 3D printable STL file and sell that. Well, for us to be able to print them, they would already have to be in a resin 3D printable STL file.
Yeah, they already are.
Yeah, because this is
That's how we make it.
print.
Yeah, we've thought about scaling it down, working with a sculptor, get it scaled down so that it works as a brush holder, and then we do them as unpainted, just fun things. But we haven't thought about. We need to think about how that affects the people that were crazy enough to buy the first ones. We don't want to ruin it for them. We want them to have something special.
Mike wants to buy a attitude adjuster.
Because he wants me to make a visit to his house.
I don't presume to understand the goings on
In the brain of a mic.
in the brain of a mic. Well, I lied. Some things I understand, like crazy fun lasers and things like that. That one I get. Private lesson. Shirt username. Mike wants a private lesson.
Can we just charge you less and not have to make the hammer?
Yeah.
Or is the
Actually,
hammer the thing?
no. I think Mike just wants the private lesson. I think a lot of people would. Mike, 5K private lesson, worth it. Mike, you do not suck at painting. I have seen things that you have painted. Don't suck. I don't want the hammer.
I say, I guarantee you spend enough time on Amazon, you can get your own damn sledgehammer.
Oh my gosh. I missed out on doing something so funny. I just thought about painting the label upside down.
Reprime and start it over.
No, I'm not going to do that.
I only get the upside down label.
That's true. That's true. We got to make a third one and we got to paint it with an upside down label.
I don't think you do.
What's this we?
Actually,
Jen doesn't want one.
it's not that I don't want one. I just know that the time there's not the time.
It would be pretty funny though. Mechanized Imposter is asking for your consideration regarding the Mr. Potato Head Procro bottles. How about we just sell the Groucho face arms and feet scaled to a regular Procro bottle?
Oh
That
my
way we
gosh.
can glue it on ourselves.
An accessory set? How brilliant.
It is going to be Wizard's Butt, sort of. I say sort of because I'm going to make it a little different. So, I've discovered a thing about the Fast and Furious franchise.
Oh God, we still on this?
I've been watching through them all.
You discovered it's the same movie 10 times?
No. The first half of them, not bad. Actually, pretty decent, okay movies. The second half, absolute dog water trash garbage. Hot burning fire as a poo.
That you kept watching?
Yeah.
Have you turned any of them off midway? Like, I can't anymore.
Yes, actually.
You have?
Yeah.
Good.
I am the further I get on into the series, the harder it is for me to continue watching them.
I support this.
Yeah. I think it peaks at the fifth one. The sixth one is okay. The seventh one is pretty rough. And once you start getting into 8 and 9, it's like they pull in John Cena. It starts just becoming the Expendables. No.
Games played poorly. Can you make one of those to go around a water bottle so you can finally consume one of our products? But you wouldn't be consuming one of our products. You would be consuming water.
I do kind of like the idea of a Procreal bottle cozy though. That's kind of funny.
That we could do.
Yeah.
Discovered makes it seem like there was ever a mystery about these movies.
Yeah. I was like, what did you discover that reviewers haven't been saying forever? Although you made it further than most of the reviewers did.
Transformers are another example of terrible movies that I can't watch.
Did Jason do the "Don't Eat the Paint" voiceover?
Probably.
Which one? Probably, but it might have been.
Well, it was Christopher probably.
I don't know
Chris does most of our
which one you're
voiceovers.
talking about.
Turns out that guy has done it before professionally.
But yeah, I'm not familiar with what you're thinking is a "Don't Eat the Paint" voiceover. And don't eat the paint.
Yeah,
That's
it
not
depends
what
on
it's
which
for.
one you're talking about, I guess.
Huh?
I don't know which one he's talking about.
If it's "Don't eat the paint," that's him. If it's the sultry, that's just not what it's for. That's Christopher. I kind of felt like Transformers started out pretty bad. Yes, you are correct. It doesn't really have a good
Mike,
start.
yeah, if it's anything where we need to see something, then pictures in Discord would be helpful. But Mike said, I airbrushed a base coat of Payne's Gray on a base. Needed to touch up an edge when I removed the silly putty, so I shook the paint like crazy, put it down on a dry palette. When I applied it with a brush, it's got a more gray shine. Any ideas?
Yeah, photos in Discord. You can also just message me too. I'll look at it when I get back to my desk.
Jeremiah, I don't understand your question. If you can't eat the paint, what are you supposed to use it for? And it's right in the name.
Mm-hmm.
It's right in the name. It's like a grilled cheese. The instructions are baked into the name.
Is that a random out of nowhere comment, observation? Games played poorly, or did I miss something? Were we talking about Star Wars and MCU started out well? Same with Game of Thrones.
It's sort of an out of context
okay.
question.
Like, did I miss a whole chunk of conversation
or a statement.
somewhere?
All right. I was just wondering if there was an expected difference in the colors when airbrush versus brush painting. No.
Nope. I mean, the process of airbrushing will make colors look a little bit more desaturated or saturated, depending on how you're applying it, right? If you're going with a very thinned paint in the airbrush, then chances are your color is going to be more desaturated until you build it back up to full opacity, because you're thinning the opacity out. But no, the color will remain the same. The base hue won't change just because the tool change.
It's possible you could get a different finish if you're mixing other things into it. That would disrupt the finish, the matte finish that you would normally get. Like if you're using like a weird flow improver or a thinner of some kind. Possible that would change the finish, but or even if there's like weird, like super heavy minerals in your water or something like that, could potentially mess around with it too.
Game Delay, you can't pick and choose. What about blue, purple, green? Bright, warm flesh. I'll throw that one out there. What do you got?
What about bright warm flush?
Well, so the original was if you can't eat the paint, what are you supposed to use it for? And I said, well, it's right in the name. And Game Delay said, it's in the name, checks the paint names, caramel. And I said, you can't pick and choose. You have to consider that there's also blue, green, and bright warm flesh.
Mm-hmm.
So. Oh.
Gotcha.
Paints can have different instructions, but they all involve paint. Paint is the verb there.
Trust me, you're not going to win this one with Jen.
Jen will.
I'm the
you-
driver. It's my way.
What Jen says goes. There is no other way.
Next thing they're going to start telling us is don't sniff the glue. I mean, we've never said that, other than when I just read it.
Oh my gosh, it's 3:43 already? Holy
Nuts.
cow. I looked at the clock and I was like, I bet it's like 2:50 or something. And I looked up and it's 3:43. I'm like, oh my gosh. Try eating some wizard's butt.
All right, well, we're learning a lot about you guys, and the things that you're defending are disturbing.
Yes. That is chat. This feels like par for the course. Zazin is asking what colors you're using for the workup over there for the.
Literally dark sea bin and bright pale yellow. That's it. I'm mixing bright pale yellow into dark sea bin as I go. I like my pale yellows into various blues and or greens for the base for steel.
Vector, that doesn't surprise you, does it? I mean, that's like our whole messaging around here.
Oh no, Papa Chicken.
See, you can also just ignore those, Jordan.
It resulted in one of the most hilarious moments I have witnessed on stream. So I kind of have to just laugh at it. I won't bring it up in conversation, but I am gonna laugh at it. Also, Vector, that's hilarious. To be honest, I think my beer was better before I accidentally used it to clean my brush. I've done that with coffee before.
Feels correct.
Yeah. I did drink the coffee, to be fair.
No, I'm absolutely not a vegan, and I yes, I eat animal meat for sure, but I don't eat paint. So that's what this conversation is about.
Yeah, we don't eat rocks either. Like, I wouldn't eat jade.
There's a lot of things I don't eat.
Correct. That's why you use sippy cups.
I mean, these are really just big sippy cups, so
That's
don't,
true.
Don't feel ashamed. We all use them.
Shelby eats dirt.
I don't know about it anymore.
She's not here, so
She's not here to defend herself.
let's not talk
The last
about
time we
people who
had
aren't
this
here.
conversation, she goes, I did. He goes, it's good.
I mean, as in, you probably did too. You don't see non-toxic on any of the labels, well then that's even a better reason not to eat it.
You guys are
Mad.
being chat today.
insane,
Yes.
mad.
Mm-hmm. These are all correct terms to use.
Vector, you don't need to do that though. You look at the point on their brushes, and they don't ever put their brushes in their mouth.
True.
Not once.
I have done it before. I used to do it, and now I do not. This is not something you should be doing.
I mean, if your brushes work for you, you don't need different brushes. But just like if you look at what they do, they're bringing it to a point in a different way than in their mouth.
Turns out you don't need your face
Yeah.
to get a tip on your brush. That's like not even a required thing.
Big Bob, why is that sad? Big Bob said, sadly, my wife will not allow the kiddo to play with paint bottles. I would think that would be good for you because then they won't get spilled. Zazin, yes.
I was going to Game delay. It's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I mean, I'll keep my face though. Like, you don't need a face. Put a point on your brush. I was like, but it's nice. You don't have to use it, but can I keep my face? For all you faceless painters out there.
There you go, Jeremiah. Running a brush over a moist sponge works to form a point and keep paint flowing. There you go.
It's actually a very good way to keep moisture in there if you're not real confident with, you know, your ability to re-moisten a brush to the same level consistently. You can get used to, you know, rubbing it on a damp sponge a particular amount of times, and you'll get a fairly consistent amount of moisture out of it on the regular. Different brushes hold different amounts of water, so if you change your brush size consistently or quite frequently, I guess, then you need to take that into account. But yeah, we don't ever use our mouths to point the brush. If you watch my video on YouTube where I talk about chasing the point, we captured that. That's been a really big help for a lot of people. We've gotten a resounding amount of feedback on that one because it allows you to see how I always am able to get a sharp point without spending a lot of time worrying about pointing my brush. Right? Use the force and the way the brush deforms as you paint in your favor, and you'll get a lot more mileage out of it.
Video game archaeologist said this got lost in the scroll yesterday, but I wanted to make sure the Monument crew knew that you guys doing these streams is truly appreciated. I had a friend a couple days ago take an exit from life, and these streams have made me feel somewhat normal and able to laugh again. Just wanted you to know, even though we're all just joking, it's meaning.
Oh.
We're very sorry to hear that, by the way.
Sorry.
There is never a good way to handle that, never a good way to talk about it other than those of us that are left behind. Hopefully we can all pull together and make it work. So
Yep.
I am very thankful that we were able to offer you a spot that you can come and feel comfortable enough
Yep.
to get away from the drag of everyday life. So
Yep.
thank you for joining in.
We will continue to do this as long as you guys will continue to let us.
Correct.
And we appreciate every single one of you for the time that you spend with us, because we know time is valuable.
You guys are what make this as awesome as it is.
Mhm.
Really true. As much grief as I give to chat for being a
I was
little
going
bit
to
on
say,
the crazy
except for
side.
a couple of you.
Yeah, yeah. Y'all are a bunch of wonderful folks, and we love having you here, and we love being able to have the opportunity to paint with you guys on a day-to-day basis and answer your questions, get to know some of you, hopefully get to unknow some of you. I'm looking at you, Game Delay.
Dang.
Really, this community is amazing, and people come and go, and we see people who are regular stream viewers, and life takes them a different direction, and they don't have as much time, and then they pop back in, and
Feels like they never left.
Yeah. So we're grateful for every single one of you, and even if you're not always able to be here, know that we're always thinking about you guys, and you make an impact on every single one of us every day, for sure.
Y'all make my day better. That's for sure.
And then there's Big Bob. Some of us never leave, even if they want us to. Some of them give us photographs that might be questionable.
Might be?
I don't think there's any mites about it.
In my office, if you'd like to go revisit, might.
Oh, do you have the secret thing?
Oh, the Mustang Palmer and Big Bobzilla photos in my office.
Oh, yeah, that
in
one.
one of the cubbies of my shelves, and there's people that come visit here that are not in the know, and some of them have been like, "What exactly am I looking at?"
Yeah, have you?
That's how much our community loves us, and they're like, "Okay, I don't know that that's the kind of love you're looking for from a community."
Works for us.
They don't judge.
Okrin, hello.
Hello.
Happy to help. Yeah, I'm glad it was super easy. Victor said, random question, but need some advice. I'm wanting to invest in my first airbrush, preferably a compressor with a tank and a basic airbrush. Any advice on which compressor tank combo is a good start? It's good to start with.
I mean, there's tons of them. Compressors, by and large, are all made very similarly, so that can come down to what you want your budget to look like. If you're committed to, really diving into airbrushing, you already know or have a good feel that it's something you're going to stick with, then I would say spend more. We use a compressor from California Air Compressors that is just it's kind of a more quiet, like on-site contractor style compressor here in the office for the studio, but it's a little big and still a little noisy for home use, but it's really good. The Grex compressor is really good. Iwata makes a good one. Hell, I hear stories of people that go and buy the one from
Harbor
Freight and get
Someone
pretty
just
good
said
use
that.
out of it.
Ghost
So
Hunter said that, yeah, as an affordable setup.
Yeah,
they're all very similar in their manufacture. It's just like what they'll do for you. The problem is the material that they're made out of. The one that you're going to buy at Harbor Freight is not going to be built as well and tested as well as some of the others in theory. That doesn't mean that you wouldn't find one that is. So again, I implore, look at your budget, be honest and say, okay, how far do I want to dive into this? You can spend, $500, $600, $700 on a compressor if you want to get super serious, but that's got to be something where you're really serious. You're about to invest in something that's going to, stay around forever. The one that we use here for the studio, the California Air Tools one, or Air Compressors one, is legit. I think we got it for $100 on Amazon.
We've had it forever.
And we've had it forever. Great little compressor, very quiet for what it is. It's still noisy.
Unless you're Christopher Gabe. Then you might not like it. You might think it's a little noisy.
Yeah. They don't get a say.
Yeah, they're not allowed to have an opinion here.
They don't get an opinion here.
If there's not on stream, they don't exist.
It's got a 2-liter tank. I don't remember the model number it is. Somebody in chat always tends to drag the model number out because they know what we use, but
Just paint it. It's they're very limited edition. There were only 2.
Yeah, if you can get one with a tank, it's really nice because it doesn't run constantly. Helps a bit with the noise. Just joined in. How can I get that Pro Krill dude? You mean this dude? This Pro Krill dude?
$1 million.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna have to split it with the guy that owns it. But I bet it can be bought.
General Ginkgo here in chat, who was just here a minute ago, he is the owner of the very first version of this bold sense of humor. It will be arriving to him next week. So, I mean, maybe you can work out a deal with him. But I think he wants to. It can't be bought.
I can't be bought.
Monday, you have to let us know if it makes it okay. I was
Yeah,
so
we
nervous.
want pictures as soon as you get
so
it.
Nervous.
Ginkgo. Yeah, I always get nervous,
It's
but
like
I've gotten to the point where I'm like,
super
oh, well, it
wrapped.
is what it is.
It's wrapped in bubble wrap and yeah.
I saw Jen wrapping it. She was wrapping it with
Took
care.
it very seriously. I ran it by Jason. I'm like, do you think this is good or should I use a bigger box? Okay, like, I don't want anyone here to be acting like they've never seen orange and hot pink together because right here I did that. Ooh.
It is.
Time.
Yeah, it is that time of day already. It's crazy how fast that comes up. Can you believe that, Jason?
No.
4 o'clock already?
I'm not wanting to be done painting. I'm having fun.
Well, then don't. Enjoy painting. It's a Friday, for goodness sakes. Enjoy it. We're all going to be hanging out here anyways.
I don't know, chat. What do you think? Okay if I paint a little later than normal? You guys forgive me?
Forgive you. They might kiss you. Make happy little trees. Yes, please. 4 more hours.
24-hour
Just paint
stream?
the
Is that
car.
what everybody's saying?
56-hour live stream.
Not happening.
I thought these sunglasses were cool, and then Baby J started playing more, and now I'm pissed in a good way. Sorry, Game Ed Eli.
I just keep pulling more bright pale yellow into the dark sea bend. The nice thing with the bright pale yellow is that it, even more so than pale yellow, is more desaturated, so I can extend it into my mix further without getting too much greening when using it with blue. And in the case of dark sea bend, which is already a high green content in the blue, it just works perfect as a highlight.
Any idea when the Wizard's Butt will be available?
Nope. Right now, production's having a hard time just keeping up with normal demand on the standard line of paint. So it takes those guys back there really having a day where they can, you know, in place of what we would normally run a color in, you know, a line run every hour and a half or something. If they get an hour and a half where we can focus on pouring Wizard's Butt, we'll do it. All right, so now I need some more bright pale yellow. I've used everything that I had. Very aggressive with the bright pale yellow. to me other brush.
When is the airbrush back in stock? Airbrush should be back in stock.
They should be in
soon.
stock now.
Oh, did we get them?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Yep.
Check again.
Yeah, so check again, and I'll make sure, because we should talk to Jen. If not, there may be a mix-up with him. Are airbrushes back in stock? They came, right?
Yeah.
We will check. I'm pretty sure they're
check
in
the
the
website.
building.
I mean, I paid
See.
for them.
I paid for 'em.
I'm pretty sure they're in the building, so
Okay.
we
I
will
don't know.
check.
Shelby's not here, so
We will get
I'm not
somebody
sure
to
who
check.
would've taken
I
it.
feel so bad for
Take 'em
Shelby.
in. You feel bad for Shelby?
Yeah.
Why?
He got sick.
I mean, that's what happens when you go hang out with poo-fingered kids.
No, they had to close down the whole thing because everybody
what
was getting
happens
sick.
when you
Oh,
hang
what
out with
happened? I
poo-fingered
don't know
kids.
this.
Oh, I thought Shannon had told you. Okay. So apparently, she was out at the whole thing with the foster kids
Yeah.
this week, which sounded like a blast, and she was looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a stomach flu or something that went through the whole camp,
Y'all
and
got
they
the
had to
poops.
shut it down and send everybody home.
Oh my gosh! Seriously?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she and Jason both had to go home, and she had the poops.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Shannon was it was so funny. I mean, it's not a funny situation, but Shannon made it super funny. If Shannon comes in and goes, "Dang it, my private time is blown," because both of them have to come home.
Yeah, I feel bad because it's so unfortunate because I was talking to Shelby last week before she went, and she was like, "I'm starting to not feel great. I hope that I don't get sick when I go."
Oh, so she was already.
She was like,
Did she bring it?
It's her fault.
"No,
Was it her?
it wasn't that sort of thing. I think it might have just been like a little bit of allergies or something like that. She was feeling. It
Jordan,
definitely wasn't like throw up.
This is
sort of stuff.
typical Baby J throwing her under the bus. It's totally her fault.
I genuinely don't think it was her fault.
Totally her fault.
Genuinely don't.
Now everybody else does though because you brought it up.
Well,
See, that's what throwing people on the bus is.
no.
Yeah.
No.
Shelby
It
has
was
patient
Christopher's
zero,
fault
exactly.
because he was sick and knew it and went. That is throwing somebody under the bus. Except he didn't go, "I'm not actually throwing him under the bus." Please understand, that was just a demonstration of
His skill for throwing people under the bus.
I am well known for doing this. Mo knows all about it.
How long did she get to stay at the camp? Like, how long
2 days.
were they?
Like a couple of days, maybe. Yeah.
That's a fast-moving virus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bummer.
But I feel bad because I know that she was really worried about like being sick at the thing. I don't think she was actually sick before she left. I think she was just like having that like nervous anxiety of
Yeah.
like, I don't want to get sick
Right,
before
you
I
don't
do
want to
this
be
thing.
sick on
Yeah.
vacation. Or
And
not
you think
vacation,
that
but something that a trip you're excited about.
Yeah. And it was sad to hear that not only did her worst fears come true, but they had to like close everything down. Oh no.
It's a bummer.
I feel bad for the kids too. That's a bummer. But it happens. Jen is throwing up a bunch of links.
Including this one, which will be the
For the
last time that I do
giveaway.
this one, I think. The
We're not shutting down though.
We have, huh? What'd you say?
Oh, I was saying we're not shutting down. Jason's gonna hang out and paint.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but
Oh.
you can do the links. And
But yeah, but the links are good. Good
Um,
links.
But yes, the giveaway link the last one that came up here, sign up for your chance to win a copy of Age of Angra. That one ends on Sunday. So if you haven't already entered, you're in the US,
get on it.
enter. You could win a copy of our new game.
4,410 amazing artists on the Discord.
And then the sale on miniatures also ends on Sundays.
Yep,
Sale on miniature also ends on Sunday. So
done.
if you've had your eye on one of the Mindwork or Journeyman miniatures available on monumenthobbies.com, grab it this weekend. Because when they're gone, and they will not be
Vector.
restocked.
Oh, that makes me feel really good. Vector says, "Please surprise stream this weekend. I can't get enough."
How many Oz left? No clue. Not check.
Are there any minis left?
There are, yes.
There are.
On our website. We'll see.
Did any sell out? I was.
A lot of
yeah.
them did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't
Quite a
looked
few
at the
of them sold
inventory or the sales.
Keep talking about the mini sale and I'm going to have to buy something again. Well, we've got some miniatures on sale, T. Schmid.
I don't know if you heard.
Yeah, you may not have
There's
heard.
some good ones. 40% off. Doesn't get much better than that.
Well, it's 4:08. I'm gonna step on out and figure out what the heck everybody
That means
else is doing.
nothing to us heroes. We continue to paint. Time is meaningless.
Time is meaningless.
I'm having fun. I'm going to continue to have some fun.
Yeah.
Want me to tell anyone that they can come in and take over in my spot? Because I
Sure.
gotta get home to the dog.
If they
Sure.
want, but yeah.
Okay.
I can handle it solo.
Yeah, I know.
I'll pop back in and check in on you. Would you like a glass of water or something?
If no, I'm good actually.
You sure?
I'll leave
Thank
all
you.
these
Okay. I'll check in on you.
Thank you.
both sides open. So
Chat. It's been delightful. You're wonderful as always. Never change.
I mean, maybe change a little bit sometimes.
Except that one guy.
Except for the paint eating.
Follow what
Don't
Jen
do that.
says. Jen is the Lord Commander. The Lord Commander knows all. Goodbye, folks. I will probably pop in a little
We
bit
leave
later.
no man behind, especially the Lord Commander, except I am leaving a man behind. So thanks a lot. All right. I'm leaving too. Bye, everyone.
Aha, now you're stuck with me. Wah, ah, ah. Leaving?
Stay in. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna stay to play games or anything after.
I'm just going to paint until I don't want to paint, and then I'll come home. I'll let you know.
What'd you have?
We went to Mile High. Deli.
Oh, Miracle Mile.
Miracle Mile, sorry. I call it Mile High. Miracle Mile Deli. I had a pastrami sandwich. Let me see how long this is going, and then we'll figure it out. But I would say go ahead and get dinner.
Okay.
Huh?
That's some cheese.
Yeah, go get dinner.
Okay.
I'll take care of it. You don't need that stuff over there anymore. Look at this. We're painting some metal. Jeremiah says, okay, now that they're gone level with us, your paints taste great, don't they? If you enjoy the flavor of donkey butt, our taste in our paint is the best. Like the absolute best donkey butt flavoring you're going to find. We take pride in the amount of time and effort we did to research and find the best donkey butt flavoring on the planet. So, you know, it's kind of an if, because I know it's not everybody's palate, but if you're into that, then yes, the answer is yes. Most delicious paints ever. Period. Final answer. You can clip that. Vector, you tried to ask before what paints have I used so far? 2. I've used 2. I've used this, and I've used this. That's it. That's it. That's everything. That's it. Non-metallic metal with 2 colors. There you go. It ain't hard. Ta-da! Right now I'm just using this. Bright pale yellow by itself. It may be getting a little bit of the dark sea bend, because as you can see with like my palette, the colors are here and my mix is down here. So I got dark sea bend, bright pale yellow, and I'm kind of mixing in here. So it might get a little bit of blend every now and then, but not really. I'll leave that up for those of you that are interested. But right now, for the most part, it's just bright pale yellow by itself. I'm not trying to blend them actively. I'm actually trying to just get a very bright highlight going. I'm doing this very rough because the number one, I like a lot of texture in what I do, but number two, obviously the subject matter is going to be very tarnished and beat up. So I'm kind of prepping that with all of this texture underneath. So even if I were painting, a shiny night, I might do a little bit of this, but not to the extent that you're seeing me do it here. Yeah, the yellow is just used as a way to desaturate the dark sea bin, and because it has a tad of warmth to it, right? You can see it better on my skin. It doesn't move the dark sea bin to a gray. If I just use white here, right, which is sometimes the natural thought that people have is, okay, well, I'll just use white to brighten up a color because it does that very, very well. But the issue is that it starts moving everything towards such a desaturated neutral that it becomes grayish and eventually just white. And that's not what I'm looking for. I really do want to keep the feel of the blue-green going so that the armor still has kind of it used to be polished feel. Now I'm going to add a lot more color to this for all of the beat up, tarnished nature of it. But I'm starting as if it's cleaner than it really is, and really just relying on the texture to provide the beaded uppedness, if you will. Vector, yeah, bright pale yellow is an amazing color. Great color. It, white, blue, pale yellow before bright pale yellow, and even now still, depending on the color I'm using to mix with, pale yellow rather than bright pale yellow would be my go-to if I were using like blue black for this. Because the blue black is already a lot more neutral. The dark sea bin's got that neat blue green hue to it, so it makes it need less color mixed into it to keep it going. Just a little bit of warmth from the bright pale yellow does wonders, whereas something like blue black is a little more neutral already, so I would like the pale yellow because it has more yellow in it than the bright pale yellow. I think the brighter we get, a lot of times the more desaturated we get as well. And so I would use pale yellow for blue black, and that's one of my favorite like non-metal or non-metallic steel workups is to do that. The new ice yellow, that's I got big plans, Mike. Oh yeah, I got big, secretive, humongous, ginormous plans for my weekend. I need to get some work done on my Golden Demon diorama. So I may, somebody kind of tongue in cheek said surprise stream this weekend. It's not an impossibility. Not something I'm thinking of, 100% right this minute, but it doesn't mean it couldn't happen. I'm not saying I'd be excited if he did a Saturday stream, but that's not something a game delay would say. Game delay, so yeah. You use bright pale yellow as a highlight for orc skin? Oh yeah, on green again. Fantastic. Assuming you did green. I did not see the laser. It may be over in receiving though. Did it say that it got delivered? Jen may have stolen it and kept it from me. Nobody has mentioned it, and generally if they know what it is, then they would bring it to me. So that worries me. Three p.m. Eastern? That's noon. What? I was even here. How would I adjust it if I wanted to make it look more highly polished? I would have shorter distances between my dark spots and my bright spots. I would have more, like I'm creating the shadow of the sword here on this shoulder. That would be darker. I'm doing these long blends to make it more of a brushed metal. So it's going from what is my brightest color right now to my darkest color with a large amount of mid-tone blend. And so the color that sits next to the darkest color doesn't have as much contrast right here. You would have the darker color become darker. This color right here would push out over here and sit next to this bright color, and this mid-tone would almost go away. Does that make sense? Because right now it's a very, brushed aluminum, or brushed stainless kitchen appliance look that I'm going for. Pop a little bit of secondary reflection from the environment, like the ground or whatever, onto the cylinder of his arm, so that as we're looking at it, we get that brightness, darkness, and then brightness again as the reflection from underneath happens. Remember that the ground is a bounce light source in a lot of cases. Doesn't have to be, depends on light in the day, if it's sunlight or whatever, but even if you have, lots of explosions going off or whatever, you could have environmental lighting reflecting off of the ground, concrete, things like that. And so having that kind of haze of light coming back up from the ground is a great way to add more interest to the shape and volumes of your model.
Will
Dale McCormick, what's going on? Mike with the gifted sub to Ghost Hunter. Thank you, my friend.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
What the heck? Now you're going to make me scroll on this screen? You dastardly bastard.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just
10
throw back my legs
subs.
and pollute my britches with
Azathoth.
delight.
Mechanic Games, War Pigment, Pixel Savage, Gel Tip,
Well, huzzah, huzzah!
Spotty a Shark,
I'll just throw back
Val
my legs and
Hallelujah,
pollute my
fantastic
britches
name
with
by the
delight.
way. They call me Mr. JJ, the Elder Superconductor, and Wyatt's. What is going on, everybody?
Well,
Welcome,
huzzah,
and make sure you show
I'll
some
just throw
love
back my
to
legs and
Mike.
pollute my
No one
britches with
said
delight.
that to me. For the gifted sub, thank you so much, man.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Night Shift Sakaran video? I did not.
Well,
I did
huzzah,
not.
huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Thank you, Mike. Most amazing. Did we get a raid? I'm not paying a whole lot of attention. Did we get a raid in there too?
I'll just
No.
throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
All right, chat, you're going to have to let me know if people sneak in here and I'm not paying
Well,
attention.
huzzah,
I have no adult
huzzah.
supervision and I have no
Throw back
producer.
my legs and pollute my
You
britches
think
with
after enough
delight.
years of this I'd be doing pretty well, but that's not the case. So,
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and
all right,
pollute
shut up,
my
bot.
britches with
We
delight.
get it. I read the names faster than you did. All right, I got the
Well,
shadow of this
huzzah,
stuff, but I
huzzah.
also can
I'll
have
just
like a
throw
little
back
bit of
my
extra
legs and
shine right
pollute my
here
britches with delight.
of like this little emblem. I'm going to put that on there like that. Yeah, I can shut it off, but I don't remember how. Wait, chat is supposed to be the adult? No, I didn't say you had to be the adult. I said you just have to help me out. Let's not push it. Let's not push it into things we know we can't achieve for $500. Think everybody's going to stay around and play cards. Cards? A lot of them are out there playing our second game that is under development right now. We have game numero dos. Gabe is doing a bunch of stuff with. It's a really neat kind of pocket card game. We love card games around here. I love cards as a medium for graphics and for also gameplay, where you can remove dice from the equation. Got some neat things going on. This one is a lot of fun. I got probably way too excited about this second game. And somehow Gabe finagled a new printer in his office. So he's got the ability to full on print the cards out. So he printed the entire game and got it all sleeved up yesterday for them to play tonight. So they're out there doing that. That's a lot of fun. We do employee game night on Fridays every chance we can. Can't even have the first one yet, man. But we gotta move. We gotta be moving and shaking. We can't rest. We're committed, or should be committed. One of the two, or both. I don't know. Somehow not enough pigment. There we go. Don't you do it, Baka. Don't you do it. I will turn this car around, children. Yeah, save your money. Don't do big sub trains. As fun as it is, right? Save your money. Buy some hobby supplies. Everybody wins. We win. You win. Everybody wins when people get great hobby stuff. And then I don't have to figure out how to turn the damn sub sounds off. Which I know is why you want to cause me that stress. I'm seeing the chat. I get it. You trolls. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No. Did it happen again? Oh, Jesus. 50? Oh, God, Mike, you bastage. What is it this one? Oh no, it's probably that one. Damn it. I'm on a race against time here, folks. Can he do it? I don't know. Where the hell even is that? Oh, it's this one. That's not anywhere, though. Is it? Hang on. I'm doing this. I can't let this happen. It's this. It have... Oh, it doesn't even have anything in there. MP with palette. I'm not hearing it, so maybe we're safe. As soon as I say that, it'll start. Mike! Bunch of circus seals. Bastages. I gotta read 50 names? Seriously? Seriously? Mike. You bastage. Thank you. The Shooter. Tindy. Lethal Shadows Gaming. Oh my days. Pickles. I love Pickle. Pickles FPS. Gridaxma. Gridaxma. I'm gonna go with that. Welcome. Gaming with Reject. Ravenous Oracle. Queeze. The Chronic Toast. Chronic Toast got a gifted sub. What? Have they met you? Songstrom. Narf. Steve Phi. Terrigan. What's going on, Terrigan? Goldra. Icklehoof. Studio J7. Studio in the house. Bazaar Rolled. CF Bunny. Adrian's Brush. Nork. The Good Herald. Love Minis. Love Minis. What's going on? Did Kenny rate us? What's going on, Love Minis? Sand Sliker. Malamars, Zen38, Mondragon, Stag Nest Minis, Stag's Nest Minis, Fizzbin, Nova Ica, Joe from Minnesota, I'm assuming, Semi-Serious Nerd, Ravens Hobbies, Valandar the Red, what's going on, Isidore, Papa Bear, Stinger UK, Brett Watson, Chris Pride, Pernicious Portents. That's the one I can't say very fast. I got a problem with all the P's. Jeff Brecker, Schneedrock, The Fat 16, Parasite Slayer, My Mini Marvels, Chris Rose Hobbyist, War Squirtle, Paint Minis Live, AM Lock 75, and Darth Mole, and welcome to the team. Everybody, reach out, give some hugs and handies for that man Mike, although his name is not Mike because he changes his name every day, so shorter username. Shorter username, but over here on Twitch, the bastage that is Mike. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No one said that to me. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Game Delay's like, oh, Jason said that? Now I want to meet you. Chronic Toast is awesome. We met long ago at Valhalla in the fall. Which we were not able to make it this past year, unfortunately. All right. Single dude, no kids. All his money goes towards my death laser addiction. And red wagons for silly Canadians. Which, if you are a silly Canadian, there's no guarantees you're going to get a red wagon, so don't get your hopes up, but I'm just saying. It was probably repossessed by Jen. Probably saw it's probably in her office. She won't do anything, I don't think, super untoward with it. It depends. She's not been feeling well lately. Jen not feeling well is like puts her in a bad mood. But I think we're fine. Semantics do matter. It is only a Fresnel lens. It is nothing without a little bit more push that I am going to give it, by the way. Whatever. Didn't like that as much as I thought I would. Will erase it. Start again. I do like a little bit of reflection right in here. Now the surface is all wet, so I should be able to do this and not get near as bright. A little better. Relax, what's going on? The recipe for this one is 2 colors. Dark sea Ben, bright pale yellow. Dose colors, that's it. Now I'm going to be adding a lot more color to it as we go, but that's where I've started. It's just a base of dark sea Ben and then gradually start adding bright pale yellow until I got to the end there and I was doing bright pale yellow by itself over the top. Thinly, right? I'm not putting a tremendous amount of the bright pale yellow on here as I go. The brush is fairly damp and I'm taking most of the material off so you can kind of see the consistency that I'm painting with. And then I'm just layering it up, right? I need to bring this brightness a little further over the crown of the shoulder here. I'll do like that and kind of mark out the distance I want it to go. Then I'll come back with the paint a little bit more opaque, a little less dampness on the brush. And that'll get it blending into where I want it to be. Yeah. Now we'll start adding some shadow color to it. Keep playing with it. I like the idea of the tarnished kind of coppery feel I was talking about. So I think I'll start with like shadows into midtones with a yellow, maybe an orangish color. Play around with that a little bit. You like the palette view? Yeah, we're not going to do that a whole lot, right? Because the palette's not really useful unless it's big like this. And we very rarely paint just one of us. So we thought about switching back and forth to where 1 week Jordan will paint on a specific project we really want to give attention to, and he'll have his palette shown, and I'll just be over here doo-dah, doo-dah, and then back and forth. But a lot of people in the community have said they'd rather see what both of us are painting. Relax. Need to practice more non-metallic metal. Yeah, I do a lot of it in various shapes and sizes, you know, everything from just, you know, goofing around, kind of trim, you know, for Warhammer models and such, where, you know, it is, it's okay. It's not bad. It's not a tremendous amount of time spent. It's really just meant to give you the idea of it, you know, gold here, obviously. But I guess the black armor, too. To, you know, stuff where we spend more time on it. And do trying to think of what, but like, well, like I never finished this guy, but he was very complicated in the application of the gold, right? Because that's kind of all he is. He's gold, you know. So you spend a lot more time on a model like this getting things to look good, because there's so many angles and so much going on with the armor, and I'm not even done, right? It's just getting all the light placed on something that has so much gilding and etching and engraving and all that kind of stuff all over it. It gives you a lot to work with, but it takes a lot of time to balance your dark reflections with your bright reflections and back and forth. But then you can do the same thing like with Dante here, you know, or what's her nuts? What's this girl's name? I don't remember what her name is. Right, this we did in like a day. You know, it took me a little bit longer for him, but you know, maybe 2 or 3 days on him, because it's more just, you know, like gaming pieces, but you can still make it look good, right? You just have to find what you're trying to do. Here, more shiny and polished. You know, asked earlier, you know, how do you make it look more polished? And you just put more darkness next to the brightness, like the silver armor here, right? Versus Dante, where the gold is less polished. It's more, you know, not beaten, but it's more tarnished. You know, it's been through battle. So the darkness doesn't hit right next to the brightness very often on his armor, because it's more like brushed aluminum rather than polished. Like on your Yvraine? No, not Yvraine. That's one of the elves. I don't remember what her name is. Indrasta? I don't remember. Indrasta? Yeah, Indrasta, the shining spear or something like that. But I might not finish him, but I get really close. He's not done. I get really close. She's done. I mean, I don't finish model. She's done. Base is painted. I didn't paint the rim of the base. Does that count? And I didn't put the water effects in the base, so maybe she's not done. Dang it! I swear I finished model. Hulk's done. Jordan had to paint the base. Hulk got finished. Right? He's done. I finish models, man. Every now and then. Doesn't count because there's no tutu. Hey, that's not how that works, buddy. Buddy old pal. Yeah, but if you ever have questions about non-metallic metal, we do it all the time here. From, like I said, simple stuff. I just got done painting this BattleTech. Well, I say done, getting close to done on this BattleTech Mini, and it is the same principles. The gun barrels and stuff like that is done non-metallic metal style, but the whole model is technically meant to be, painted metal. So when you do that, you just got to find higher contrast along edges for the right reasoning. And then even simple stuff like the metal grates for the heat sinks and things like that on the model. It really is all the same at any scale. It's just the amount of effort that you put into it. I've got shiny metal painted trim around the guns and areas like that, but it may not look as flashy as when you do something, like this that's supposed to be raw steel or gold or whatever. But it's the same principle that we use to paint everything. It's just how much contrast are you trying to put in? You want more contrast when an item is reflective, right? Because it's reflecting both the brightness in the area and its environment and the darkness, which is, the reflected shadows and things or reflected images in, the environment around it. So if you're standing next to a pole, that pole is going to create a dark line or dark spotting across the shapes of the reflective surface. So that's what you're trying to envision as you paint. And it throws people on their tails because a lot of times we think that the dark spots should be shadows. There wouldn't be a shadow, across the top of a shoulder plate. But there is, because there's a sword up here, right? And the sword is not casting a big shadow because it's really thin, maybe. But it's casting a reflection of the blade. So you've got a little bit of darkness that'll be there that isn't indicative of shadow. It's indicative of the thing reflecting like in a mirror. If your skin is darker than the light in the room, no matter what color it is, you're going to be darker in the mirror than the rest of the light. So you got to think in those terms whenever you're painting reflective surfaces, which is what we refer to non-metallic metal and all that as. We're off to a good start with the armor. Like I said, I want to start finding a color to glaze in for the kind of tarnish that I want to go for. And here's where it gets rough, because I'm looking over here and I'm thinking orange brown would be really good. Perhaps dark orange brown as well. Or we have dark green brown, orange brown, dark orange brown. I'm thinking maybe dark orange brown. Start there. Yeah, let's do that. The new one from Flame On Set 2. So we're using a lot of Flame On colors, the bright pale yellow, things like that. Not for gold, but same kind of mentality, right? We want to put a tarnish on silver or on this steel that feels like silverware. Like if you had an old ancient silverware set that you found, when you open the box, it's like, oh, look, silver, and it's got black and weird coppery looking tarnish to it. So I'm going to do that, right? And I'm going to start that in the darkest colored areas on the model. I'm just going to kind of paint it into my dark reflections and then drag it up into my midtones just a bit. And I'll find those shapes as I go that I'm happy with. If I get a little bit on the bright spots, it's not a huge deal. Right? And you can kind of see how non-intrusive I'm being with the color. I don't want it to be tons of pigment, but I do want it to have an effect. So you'll see again, I take most of the paint off down here, test the translucence, and come back in for a second pass where again I'll focus in on the darker area first, and then bring my brush stroke very lightly up into the midtones, making sure that I touch the model at the midtone and pull the color back into the shadows. Brush direction is key here. Get that darker shadow up under his arm too. Right. This whole area over here. again, I like to think of this type of painting. The reason why I'm painting this color on after the fact as a glaze is because this color in the real world is not part of the metal itself. It's part of elements on top of the metal, you know, debris, dirt, things like that that might oxidize a little bit as they sit on top of the metal and go through the same environment that the metal is going through, right? Surface rust may not be the actual piece of metal rusting. It's all of the debris that has enough of the iron content, so metal flakes from where that piece of metal got dragged across the ground, things like that, that will flash rust on the surface. Now, the whole piece may rust eventually too, but surface rust is what happens very quickly. Those little pieces of metal can oxidize quicker. So that's actually, you know, sitting on the surface of the material as opposed to the material itself in some cases. Kind of got to jump around here, so. And feel free, if this is your first time here, you can always ask questions. I'm not here to complete models. I'm not a commissioned painter or anything like that. We manufacture paint, so our goal is to help you become more comfortable with your painting. As everybody said, I don't finish models, so who cares? They're not lying. I really like this sculpt, though, so maybe we'll actually get something done with him. I am going to paint over the brightness down here on the ground reflection. I'm liking this color buildup right here. I'm going to extend it a little bit. I'm liking it so much. So as I see it working, I'll push it further. If someone was going to do a squig for Golden Demon, what model do you suggest they do? One of the Mangler squigs, man. One of the big ones. Why even play it? Relax says, can I do a tutorial? We could take these videos and, I mean, we don't really do that. There's no reason why I couldn't maybe look at doing like a voiceover outside of just what we've talked about on stream. Because I wasn't, you know, we were telling fart jokes or whatever. Not really, but we were not necessarily talking about me painting the model the whole time. We got asked a couple times what the color was, but a lot of times I just paint. If people aren't asking direct questions, I'll just continue to go about my business. But yeah, and I can obviously be talking about it more right now than we have in the entirety of the stream, and that'll come across in the final video on YouTube. But yeah, feel free to ask more questions. You know, the key to this is, for me, is working this very sketchy manner that you see me doing, right? Maybe not as evident right now as I'm doing glazed overtones, I guess we'd call these. But in the beginning, you know, everything that I was doing was very, very loose because I'm sketching my light on the model, trying to find my way around the model. Where do I like the idea of the light coming from? You know, how do I like the highlights? Do I want to make it shinier? Do I want to make it duller? All of that is going through my head at that point. So, you know, I like to do that with big fat brush strokes, very loose, I call it, sketch style, so that I don't spend a ton of time and brain power and stress when thinking about it. You know, as if you can't tell. But here, let me punch in real quick. Let me grab. Let me go back to the not palette view, and I'll punch in deep for you so that you can see what I'm talking about. You know, look at my big fat brush strokes all over this. Right, I have not been super specific about color placement, but not application. Does that make sense? So lots and lots of texture there, which gives the feel of the metal being more worn and beaten anyway, which for this model is perfect, so I'm not super concerned about it, right? So just to kind of help you understand, like, you don't have to attack every model with like this, you know, your tongue sticking out, you're super hyper focused, and you're really squeezing the brush tight. Doesn't matter, man. Just slap paint around. You can clean all that up
Hey,
at the end
somebody
of the
likes
day,
us.
and it'll look beautiful. So you don't have to necessarily worry about it. It doesn't mean that you should be ultra sloppy, because you also have to be able to be confident in, you know, fixing your sloppiness, so to speak. And you'll do that with glazes and other methods, airbrushing, things of that nature. If I was smart, I'd be airbrushing these colors right here. What am I doing? Why am I so dumb? This is the perfect color, this dark orange brown, for exactly what I'm wanting to do here, which is just give it that tarnished look. Bring that earthy tone into the metal. If you wanted to do reflected light, you would do it much the same way. Environmental light, things like that. Take it easy, Vector. What was the question, Baka? From Fuker? How would you base bright orange, burnt orange, orange? What are you talking about? Fuker, what do you mean? Oh, how would you base for doing a bright orange? I would be even more aggressive than the burnt orange. I would probably use like a mahogany or a. I'm a big fan of mahogany. So mahogany being a really deep, rich, reddish brown, right? I like that idea for orange, then into burnt orange. But I'd have to get a picture of what you want your final model to look like, right? Because by doing that, you're going to have these really dark, aggressive, red-ish shadows. And that may not be what you're looking for your orange to be, if you want it to be a clean orange, right? Let me think. I can show you the Guardian. That's generally what I pull out, because that's like the only model I've painted in forever that was focused on being orange. Give me just a second. I'll pull that out and let you see. Because that's how I did it. I did mahogany and then burnt orange, orange. Right. So pale yellow and orange mixed for the brightest highlight, orange and transparent orange for the main orange, mahogany as the deepest color in the shadows, and then burnt orange coming out of that into orange and the pale yellows. Right. Now this is obviously very beaten up and weathered, but you get the drift of what the color would look like. Paint liquor, this is what I was painting when you found us? Really? That's awesome. It's one of my favorite. Right? I love this model. Great diorama that we made up. We painted everything on the stream, background and all that stuff. I don't know if any of these streams survive, but it's kind of fun. It's got the wires going off into the distance with crows on it and everything. I don't know. Just struck me as a cool concept. Dying city in the background kind of idea. The Road to Nowhere is the name of that one. Yeah, Foker, no problem. Get a little more aggressive with the coloring over here in the shadowed side. we'll darken that back up with another color too, probably maybe a purple or a dark green. I really like the idea of.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Who dat? Oh, I lost my screen over here. Dadgummit. Clicking all the buttons. Kitty! Kenny! We're here! Kenny streamed the same time I did. I sent you a message. Kenny started early. It finally caught up with the 50. Yeah, exactly. Also, a fun, weird lighting trick using odd colors for base colors. Yep, definitely. The Usharon that I use, the Dark Sea Bin as the undercoat for red, is great in that regard. You get to have a bunch of neat playing around. I love blues and purples as undercoats for red. But when greens are also on the table when doing like undead, right? I really like the color to kind of carry on the story of the model. And in Usharon's case, you know, he's like I don't know, not really undead, right? He's a ghoul king or something like that, but idea is primarily the same. Big nutty ghoul. And being able to have the color feel like it would be that gross, you know, wet, disgusting. And green does that for putting it underneath stuff. Really aggressive, just kind of jabbing color around with my brush here. Finger to kind of blot it. Blur it there at the end. Kenny, you started early. You started before we did today. With daylight savings time, Kenny and I's stream schedules get messed up because he used to be Pacific time, and so we always match him. But Kenny's now in Florida doing his Florida man alligator tamer impression, and we're on Pacific time now, so he's like 3 hours ahead of us. This used to be a very reliable system we had. But Arizona and our wacky, we don't pay attention to daylight savings time does not help. So we're in that part of the year where we are now on Pacific. But thank you for the resub, my friend. And Kenny with the raid. What is going on, everybody? Hello. Welcome to Friday. Friday? It's Friday.
I've got two kinds of wet in my pants.
Me too, announcer. Me too. What is going on, everybody? Gravis, what's going on? Yeah, we're working on this guy. Kind of like a Nurgle. I don't remember what they called him. Decaying berserker or something. I love it because he has like crows picking leeches out of his brain pan. He doesn't care. Got all sorts of weird growths. Hard to tell right now because I didn't do any zenithal on him. I'm just kind of hacking and painting right this minute. We've used exactly 3 colors so far. We're on color number 3 right now. This is Dark Sea Ben from Ben Comet's own line. the bright pale yellow from Flame On Signature Set, and right now I'm using dark orange brown, also from Flame On Set, as a way to bring kind of a tarnished brown, yellow, gross feel into it. The vision in my head was kind of like when you pick up an old grandma silver spoon out of a case when you're going through the attic, you know, and you find a case that has all the old dishes in it, and that silver has that black tarnish on it, as well as like a weird kind of coppery undertone going on. So we're making that right now. I'm just using a very damp brush, and as you can see, not much opacity to it. Just building up like 2 or 3 layers, working from the mid-tone to the dark reflection or shadow areas on the armor. Let that build up. Less probably up here in the sunny side of the shoulder. But we can still put it there because it's not a shadow color. It's a material on the metal that we're trying to recreate, right? That oxidized, kind of weird. I don't know what I'm going to do to this thing, so we'll go ahead and put it in here anyway. I might change the color of this, make it like a gold medallion on there or something like that. Well, welcome, everybody. Hope you had a wonderful stream. You guys taking care of my man, Kenny? Or are you giving him grief? Be honest. Own up to it. Own up to it. I don't want to find out later from your mother that you lied to me just so you could have the keys to the car. What's the goofiest 40K mini, in my opinion? The goofiest 40K mini? I don't pay attention to 40K, man. Kenny's here. Ask him. Hey, Kenny, what's the goofiest 40K mini? That would be a tough one for me, because I honestly don't pay attention much to 40K. I love painting Space Marines. It's just in my blood. But I don't pay a lot of attention to all the models that are out there. I'm not a big fan of a lot of the Tau models. They're cool in their own way in a kind of Gundam-esque sense, right? But I think for 40K, I consider them to be, you know, kind of goofy in the sense that they don't fit the universe at all. But in terms of, like, you know, overall, like, oh my god, what were they thinking sculpting that thing? Like, did they let their nephew sculpt it? I don't know that I could call any out right offhand. The Christmas goblins, maybe funny. Yeah, I mean, they're not goofy. I mean, they're not like goofy. I think of goofy as like a negative thing. Maybe that's where I'm wrong in this. Am I the bad guy? Nora, what's going on? AdMech sniper things on stilts are pretty... Oh, those are pretty goofy. Yeah, those are... The AdMech stuff on the stilts are goofy. I'm with you there. That's a little too much. Right? Even the chicken walkers are kind of dumb. Right? A lot of the modern 40K AdMech stuff is pretty dumb. Considering the look of the 30K stuff is pretty bitchin'. But that's all subjective, right? But I'm a fan of the 30K AdMech, but the 40K AdMech stuff is like, that's pretty dumb. Feels like, you know, somebody kind of, when they made the Ornithopter thing, it's like, well, they let the B team have the sculpting tools that day. But no harm, no foul if those are your favorite models, right? Because again, it's all subjective. I don't ever want to be the guy that's like, that's my favorite stuff. My sister sculpted that. That's fine. That's fine. James, just a couple hours. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've just been goofing around. I mean, we took this model from in pieces to putting it together, putting it on the plinth, priming it, and getting it to this in. I've been going for 3 hours. So, not bad. Not too shabby. I'm having a lot of fun with it, right? So, I'm enjoying the model itself, which is always a big thing. I was excited when I found out that I was getting sent one of these, so. Just a fun model. Me likey. All right, so that's the dark orange brown. All right. I'm wondering if green is the right color because we have a push to green anyway, or if I could do like a purplish. Purple might be kind of bitchin' in here as a shadow color. Let's try a purple. What do you think? Maybe like a dark plum actually would be really bitchin'. Let's do that. Dark plum, sir. I'd like to see your dark plums. Dark plum. I'm here for your plums. The sister stuff? The organs on the tank are stupid. But I do like the sisters models, right? I agree with you. The big organ tank missile launcher thing is pretty dumb. But it's been such a fun aspect of what they do for so long. I don't know that, people are probably, quitting and unfollowing as I say that, right? Okay, so let's look at how we're going to thin that. I'm just going to run my paint very low on the brush till I get I like that. That's really good. Let's do that right up underneath here. And then over here in the actual shadows, so that this is kind of our real deep shadow color. Again, I'm just going to hack it on there. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to start putting it on the model. Be aggressive with it. This is just the water on my brush, right? I don't add any water to my palette. I work on a dry palette, so it keeps me nice and honest. My paint's always exactly the way I want it when I go over to the palette, right? And then I can just kind of hack that in there. Oh, yeah, that's a good choice, Jason. You ever talk to yourself? You ever give yourself attaboys? Oh, Jason, you've outdone yourself. I mean, it's not one of those moments, but that's pretty good looking. The new Celestine model, what is that? Is that the flying one? No. Yeah, St. Celestine is the flying thing, right? You don't like that one? I thought it was okay. Again, brushstroke direction is everything here. Going from the mid-tone about halfway up into my dark orange brown and pulling that plum down into the darkest shadow. Gives me more blue, right? You may not read it as plum. It is, but what it's doing is because it has that reddish blue to it, it's a purplish color, right? It's going to pull a lot of that blue visually out of the dark sea bin that's already in the shadows. It's not going to look like that on my thumb. It looks like red, right? But as we put it into the shadows over the dark sea bin, it's going to help drag a lot of that blue kicking and screaming out of there. Do another pass and just pull it right down into the shadow area there. It'll look like a really nasty bruise. I like this a lot. So don't be afraid to use colors that don't make any sense, right? At first glance, you're like, what are you talking about? Plum. Why would you do plum? Well, because I want my shadows to have a coloration that isn't just another version of the color I painted on the armor, right? And the reason for that is that you get boring very, very quickly. Just going to say it flat and honest. Your color scheme will be boring if your blues are dark blue, mid blue, light blue. It can look great for gaming and getting things done quickly, right? But put a little touch of something else in the shadow, right? You can see it instantaneously there. Just that little bit of red in the shadow helps out a ton. And I can drag it up into the rest of the coloring here by having it trace into the shadows underneath the ridges and such. Gotta be a little more careful up in here. I don't want big thick lines necessarily. But imagine my darkest colors have all got this weird, you know, bloody bruise type coloration to them, because now I'm storytelling. Now I'm looking at the model, I'm saying, okay, what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a guy that needs to see a doctor, right? His time for seeing the doctor's long past, but, you know, any help we can give him. Kind of what we got going on here. And so let's get colors in there that are not just, oh yeah, that's a beautiful blue, or that's a beautiful blue-green. It's like, oh, that guy needs to see the doctor. What the hell's going on with that blue-green steel you've got? Why does it have a shadow of red? You know, we get that little pull of plum up into those shadows there. I'm liking that. What do you think? What do we think, chat? Right choice? Problem is, it looks so good, I want to be more aggressive with it, and you got to be careful, right? Because you'll see something, you'll be like, oh my god, that's perfect, and then you'll overdo it. So you got to be careful, right? Don't overdo it. Might do a little bit down here, but I don't want to pull too much into this panel. Be a little bit more aggressive back here because the shadow of his head and sword and all that stuff. But if I wasn't going to use hot pink, this is the next best choice. Yeah, hot pink, definitely not the answer, Paint Liquor, by the way. The Living Saint, for such a major model in the armor, it looks kind of blah to me. It is, you know, because it's like on a human scale and it's not super oversized like some of the other stuff. It doesn't feel very like Primarchy and things like that. I can understand that for the Celestine model. You know, even the elves got like bigger than normal models. I feel like she should have felt bigger, but I don't know what they were going for, whatever. GW being GW there. Right, so because I'm in a deep area there, I put a lot of the plum, then I just clear my brush, water only on it, and then squib that around. Get that blend going by just throwing water on the brush and putting it in there. Go to town. Boom. Clear it out. Same thing on this side. Kind of take a wet, loaded brush and squib it around up in that underarm so I get that plum coloring, but not real focused. I don't want to show brush marks back in here. I just want it to have that color blended into it. Make sure that as I'm doing that blending with water, that I'm always pushing the water down towards where that color comes from. Don't extend your brush into like my highlights, or I'll get that red tint to them. Is not what I'm looking for. Poke a little underneath the rivet areas here. Be a little more aggressive with the color when I do stuff like this, because it won't survive all the other colors that have to happen around the rivets. Other highlights I'm going to do. So if it looks a little out of place right now, that's fine. You can see as it cures, we lose a lot of the punch of the pigmentation because we're running it on here so thin. So it's going to be more vibrant on application than it is after curing. So we'll come back and layer it up to get it where I want it. Now we're talking. Kitty, you still here? What's going on? Did you answer me earlier? You're making your own living saint? I like it. Yeah, if you don't like something in today's day and age especially, just go make your own. Why not? Or if you can't sculpt, hire a sculptor. Go on Fiverr. Somebody to make you one. Man, I'm liking that. Having fun, chat. Stream will go till the model's done. How about that? Everybody sticking around? Who's buying pizza? Who's bringing the grill over? Who's getting me some Depends so I don't have to take bathroom breaks? I can just stand here and paint through. A little bit of that plum up in the shadow. You can offer me company for the evening and chill here and chat. That's good enough for me. Again, I don't know what I'm doing with this little disc on his shoulder, but I'm going to go ahead and paint it as if it's staying in the same coloring. It may not.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Dollar bills, y'all. What do you want on your pizza? Mike, stop it! I was joking. I'm not going to paint until the model's done. Stop it! Stop it, but thank you. But stop it. Death laser. We're cooking with a death laser. The stream I help to relieve stress from work is helping to relieve stress from work. Awesome. That makes me happy. We just had another person say how much the stream meant to them due to crises in the real world. And while we know we can't be everything to everybody, we sure are happy that we can be the right thing for some people. So I hope that we can help to deliver some energy to get you out of your bad spots, tough days. You guys do it for us. There's plenty of days where I'm like stuck behind spreadsheets running the business every day, and I get in here to do stream and I'm like, oh, I don't want to paint anything, and a couple fart jokes and some, you know, delicious nonsense from chat, and I'm right back into it. So I know the feeling. I am just like you. I got the same things. like that a lot. I'm probably going to go back with a little bit more of the dark orange brown like back here. I'm really digging that. And this, folks, is painting without a plan. I have no idea what I'm doing. No idea what this is going to wind up looking like at the end. What other colors are we going to use to put together with what we're doing here? I don't know. I'm not that far. That's a future Jason problem. We'll figure it out when we get there. It'll be fine. You don't always have to know what the hell's going on. Sometimes it helps immensely, but but for me, it's not how I do things. I don't know why. I don't have a good answer for you. So there I just painted a big swath of paint back there. And again, I'm just going to take a brush with some water and push that plum into that back area. So that it starts to blend. Dark plum is such an amazing color. I use it as the mid-tone for my Blood Angels. It's such a great shadow for reds of all types. Do all sorts of stuff with it. Just a great color. I think somebody gave us a follow. Thank you. I'm probably very horrible. Our producer is out. Everybody else, our stream generally ends a lot earlier than this, but I'm really zoned in on painting, so I apologize in advance if I'm not great with keeping up with stuff in chat. I've gotten so lazy in that regard with having other people tell me when stuff is going on, so please, I apologize. Do not hold it against me tonight. We'll still have some fun. Idea with the Sylvaneth with the flute. Like it's brightly colored from the flute, but then the color fades to black and white as if the music gives the color to the world. Seem dumb? No, the story is really cool. Pulling it off is hard. Right? But, I mean, if you literally painted everything in monochromatic blacks, grays, and whites, and then had the color OSL on everything, it could work. That's a hell of a journey, but I like the idea. Nice model. Guts is badass. So it's like a Nurgle Guts kind of, I don't know. The sword feels very Guts-ish, right? But it's like a Nurgle-y dude, right? Because you see his eyes are picked out. The crow is like picking a leech or something, or not a leech, a maggot out of its head. And he's got his guts falling off. So when I get more paint on like the skin and stuff, you'll see a lot more of it. Right now I'm just focused on the armor. I'm trying to find a coloring that I like for the steel. About that attitude adjuster, so you can learn to actually layer. Yeah, it always does. Gut sword look like this? Is that where they took it from? That's kind of funny. I think I am going to put some red. I wasn't going to put any red on the front of the breastplate here because I'm really trying to keep it in the shadows, but I'm loving the color so much that I think it plays really well. So I'm going to go and start here as well. Kind of sketch it lightly into the deep area here. Get my brush wet, then just kind of squib this edge a little bit. I don't pull it out too far. More of my dark orange brown. Oh, it looks like a Resident Evil character too, doesn't it? Kind of does. He looks like the freaking big mutation. But that was bad. That was bad. Very bad. What was the name of this model? I don't know that it has a name. It's hang on, I'll grab the box and you guys can see it again. Um, Kind of neglected this part of the shoulder area. So you can glaze back over. I'm using the same color I started with, but I'm going back over and pushing this back into the dark plum in areas where I think maybe the dark plum got a little excited. I got a little excited. Right? Maybe I hadn't got enough of this color in there initially to let the plum sit where I wanted to. Now it starts to come together. See that tarnish? You get the feel? It's like tarnished steel. Where does that burnt orange kind of flavoring come from? And it's really just from the dirt, the accumulated dust and dirt on the material, getting that quick oxidation, that quick aging. Model. Where is the model? It's this. Chaos Berserker. From Salad Sculptors, Chaos Berserker. I don't know what that means. You may be able to find this guy on like My Mini Factory. I don't know. Maybe these Honored Guard 3D prints guys are just printing it out and selling it. But it came in a nice box. The sculpt is fantastic. The print, if it's a print, I can't tell. It looks like a cast resin deal. It didn't have any supports. I didn't have to clean but like one little bit of flash off of it that I found when I was priming. So it's been great in that regard. Salad tossers or something. Yeah, exactly. Oh, is it on Etsy too? Nice. We've got a really good nasty start to armor. I'm liking that. I think now we'll push on into some skin before we finish because I've got a really nice rough sketch. I'm very happy with where the armor is headed. But I need more color on the rest of the model to make more decisions. So that's our next step. That's where we'll go. I think I might want to put a little bit of the dark orange brown, very thin here. I don't want to ruin too much of this area, but I want a little bit in here. No. Right under here. Oh, they make a Scars neck too. Neat bust. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Like I said, the quality is really good. I would entrust saying buy something if you see something you like. I don't think it was that expensive. I think it was maybe 35, 40, 50 bucks maybe. I don't remember. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't like 100 bucks or anything like that. All right, so there we go. There's some dirty ass steel armor started up. We still got a ways to go. We'll still make more rust spots coming out of like the dings. We'll do scratches and stuff on it. We haven't finished, but I got to see more of how the rest of the model moves. I think definitely for this skin, we're starting with purple. Purples and greens. Like real purples. We'll do dark purple. You guys don't mind if I keep painting, do you? Tell me if you're tired of me. I can take it. I may need to stop and get some water here in a second. But I still hear them having fun out there, so I'm in no rush. So. The dark purple, if you know me, when I'm painting flesh, especially flesh on dead things, I like purple as a starting point. I will paint a lot of crazy colors on this guy, so hold on to your butts. It's about to get nutty. I'm going to do some dark yellow green and put it on the palette too. Jordan is a lying liar who lies. What do you do? I mean, he's still here, I think. I'd go tell him. They do have it on My Mini Factory too. Nice. I mean, I could have printed this here. The quality of this is amazing. I would say that if you want a very super high quality model, just buy the printed one. Because these guys killed it on the print. It's literally like getting a cast model. Like a good cast model, not from some rinky-dink wannabe. if they're playing our new game, or our second game, our first game is not even out yet, but it is completed in production and on the way. But if they're out there playing our game, I'm very happy because they are absolutely having a blast. And the both of the games are super fun. Well, obviously, I like having people guffawing as a group as they play the game. Have you heard what the second game is? No, we have not mentioned it. It's a ways off, so we're not really talking about it right now, other than that it's super fun. Also a card-based game. I always hate saying that games are card games, because they're not. It's not like One Piece or Magic or anything like that. They're just games that use cards as the medium to play the game in. And they're really fun. Oh my god. So good. Like all sorts of tentacles and stuff here. I'm assuming that's part of him too, but I'm going to paint those differently maybe. The little tentacle things that are coming up out of him, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I should paint all that stuff purple, huh? Use different mid-tone and highlight colors, but I should probably keep the base the same. If it's all like technically part of his body. I never know. We'll do this, and I reserve the right to change my mind at any time. Just broke out a fresh, brand new #2 paintbrush and already got beard hair mixed into theirs. Hey, man. I'm not saying we put beard magnetization in there, but, you know, it might be that that's part of our whole thing. I'm not going to give away our trade secrets and all, but you never know. Makes it better. Should charge you extra for that. Since Panda is going to tell us not to eat the paint, I'm going to have to be the voice of reason. We pay for the paint. Why not eat the paint? It's your paint. Oh, God. Don't you start those kind of riots in here, sir. That's not what this is for. Don't you get... You're like the guy that's like, you know, you're starting the uprising. Like, why shouldn't we be able to do the thing? We bought the thing. Then they're picketing, right? Lighting bonfires outside of Monument HQ, right? They're taking over part of the city, smashing up Starbucks down the road. We'll eat the damn paint if we want to. You can't stop it. You're not my supervisor. That's a big eyeball right there. That's interesting. Got a nose? It's a nose right there. A big schnozzle on his shoulder. Pretty fun, I guess. Yeah, and you know I sing the praises of our paint. But colors like dark purple are just fantastic. If you have something, regardless of paint line that it might be from, but you have a color like this in your collection and you find yourself not having a lot to use it for, you're missing out. It should be used on every model it can be as a shadow tone. It will just help in so many ways add that depth and interest to your models, because it can be a warmer color if you need it to be. If the rest of your model were very cool tones and blues, then when you put a dark purple on there, it's going to shine more in the reds. Or if you have a lot more warm tones on the model, then when you put a dark purple on there, it's going to act more like a cool off blue. Well, you know what I didn't even pay attention to is whether, oh, there's more noses. This guy's got problems, dude. Got a schnoz on your elbow. I don't know that I want a schnoz on my elbow, dude. I'm not sure my elbow is going into like nasty places or anything, but I just don't know that I think about it, right? I don't know that in my entire life I've had to think that I probably got to worry about where I put my elbow because I can smell that now. That doesn't seem right. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's bad. I'm not interested in nose on my elbow. But this guy's got it, so there you go. He's got a nose on his shoulder that's being cut in half by that sword, by the way. Then he has a nose right there with eye. There's an eyeball there. There's his nose on his wrist. I know I don't want a nose on my wrist. Hey, the guy that sculpted this has got some crazy fetish stuff going on. We need to have a talk. Actually, probably don't. I don't want to know. I'm gonna stop with I don't want to know. He's also got like a second opposable pinky, so the grip on that sword ain't going nowhere. Imagine a crowded subway. Blech. Yeah, I'm not trying to have a nose anywhere other than where my nose is. Sometimes that's not a good spot, depending on who I'm hanging out with. I failed to check the wrist here. There's a join line, right? Because the sword and the hand are a separate piece, and when you put them together, there's a little bit of a gap. And so I just filled that with super glue and Instaset, and I never checked it after we were priming it. So I didn't really pay attention to it until I'm painting it right now, and we absolutely nailed it. Super glue doing its job. Super glue and Instaset is the best filler ever, especially when your models are Nurgle models. Because its lumpiness and kind of irregular texturing that it can give depending on how fast you're going, if you're paying attention and not wiping it smooth first. You know, it can be a little sketchy at best. But on Nurgle models, looks like it was meant to be there. It was meant to be that way. Guy seriously needs a visit to the dermatologist, if nothing else. Probably the oncologist, too. The double hand creeps you out more than the nose. It is very weird. It's got like a big 3 fingers. And then he has 3 fingers with 2 thumbs grabbing it down low. Maybe 3 thumbs. I don't know what's going on here, guys. There's a lot of nope happening with this guy. Not gonna lie. A lot of, I am not trying to hang out with you, dude. Don't take offense, but it's gonna get really crazy out in public. Missed a little bit of the armor back here, right here. Don't know that I even painted that with a base coat. I probably thought it was something else. More faces? Oh my god, it's another nose. Right at his, like, love handle area. I need some help. Need some help. He's got good insurance. Elden Ring stream the other day where we were discussing which area of the game would smell the least bad. Like the, is it Liendel? The area you start in, all the fields with the flowers and stuff would smell the least bad. Period. Easy, done. Last, final answer. Final answer. I'm right. You're wrong. Everything else would suck. There's a lot of flowery fields with like flora and fauna all over the place. Goats that want to chase you. Damn, the goats chase you further than any of the enemies in the game. You know that? The rolling rams or whatever. Those dastardly bastards will chase you for an hour. Piss them off. You out of here, T. Schmidt, or are you saying do bye to somebody else? The login screen is the area that smells the least bad. No, man, there's some beautiful fields where you would lay down and take a nap. You'd never wake up, but you could lay down and take a nap. I'm doing another playthrough right now. I'm like level 70 or something like that. 67. I don't remember. My first pure sorcery build ever in a Dark Souls game is what I'm doing. I was like, I've got an int strength build that I did a long time ago. I've got my main build that was a balanced build, right? It was a dex strength for my first playthrough, and it is now dex faith. That's my 100 and whatever, 150-ish level character. And New Game Plus. and is just about to beat New Game Plus. But I'm not doing anything with him until the DLC comes out. And then I'm running a full sorcery build. First time. Int only. And I gotta say, that's like cheating. To all of you suckers who have done int builds this whole time, I get it. You guys are lazy bastages. Because in a lot of cases, it doesn't even feel like you're playing the game. You just have an easy win button. Cast this spell, stand in it, boost your power, drink your flasks, cast Carrion Greatsword, or whatever the hell that thing is, and then everything dies. There you go. One hit, boom, dead. Work smarter, not harder. Exactly. Exactly. Painterly get what's going on. Who raided? Who raided? Blades. Welcome, everybody. You're attempting your first Dark Souls again? Yeah, I just played 1, 2, and 3 in order. Well, not in order. That's wrong. I did 3, 1, 2 is how I played it. I played 3, 1, 2, and now I'm back to Elden Ring again. And I've started my playthrough is sorcery only. And like I said, I've never done that in any Souls build. I don't like it. Right? I like sword and board. So I'm literally like, you know, my first playthrough in Elden Ring, I used the what is it called? The Bloodhound's Tooth, whatever, the sword you get out of the Everjail early in the game with Blide. I used that curved greatsword whole game and felt like I was pretty easy, you know? I was blowing through stuff. But that's the way I like to play those games. Sorcery's been really hard for me because I don't like not having a shield. It's just my muscle memory is like block or parry, and you don't really parry. So I've got my wand in my left hand and my Carrion it's a Carrion something sword that I got in the Carrion Manor that I in my right hand, and it just I get myself in trouble a lot. I get myself in trouble a lot, but I kill everything, so it's good. One nice thing about the Switch, there's no Souls-like games. You don't have to be bothered with them, huh? Good to see you, Blades. We are working on this guy. Chaos Berserker dude is what his name is. Like a nurgly dude. Did some sketching in on the armor to get colors I like, and now I'm going in on the skin. So that's where we're at. And I'm painting till I don't feel like painting anymore. Friday stream. The crew quit 2 hours ago. Jen went home. I'm here by myself. Nobody loves me except you guys. And it's time for some dark yellow green. Use this dark yellow green to start just sketching some of the skin textures and some of these volumes built back in. Finally see his face. Not that you wanted to. He's a not a pretty boy. I mean, I don't judge. Maybe this is your thing, but we need to have a chat. Probably chat. Again, just very sketchy and quick. I'm not worried about blending. I'm just putting color on the high spots, letting the purple live in the low spot. Like so. The green is fairly thin, so a lot of that purple shines through. I'll have to layer it up on things like the top of the head up here, obviously, where I don't want as much purple, don't want as much shadow up there. Using a number 6 brush, which helps a lot because when I put water in it, it holds a lot of water, right? So it's going to do a great job of thinning the paint without me having to be very active in that. A lot of work done with minimal effort using a big brush. Get a lot of area covered at the same time too. Big brush is big. Don't be afraid of it. He is not going to be green. He is not going to be purple. These are great bruise colors. These are very good ill health colors. You know, if you look down and your skin had any or had too much green or purple in it, you know you're bruised or sick, right? Or it's Halloween. Always a chance that it's just Halloween. But for what we're doing, we're betting on unhealthy is the goal here. Man's got a nose on his shoulder. Things cannot be going well for him. So for all I know, there's a plastic surgeon in Phoenix that'll put a nose on your shoulder for you if that's your gig.
Well, huzzah, huzzah!
I hope not.
I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my breeches with delight. Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my breeches with delight.
Mike, you bastard, you just had to go and do it, didn't you? Thank you, my friend.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my breeches with delight.
Remember that when, well, I'm going to let this thing stop
Well,
yelling at me.
huzzah, huzzah! I'll
As
just
Mike
throw
laughs,
back my
'cause
legs
he's-
and pollute my breeches with delight.
Interrupting me again.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my breeches with delight.
For all the new people here, Pretoria Gaming, M. Fontana, D-Jack, Aquacat, love the name, and I am Turjan. Turjan, what's going on? Welcome. Enjoy those gifted subs. Please reach out and say thank you to Mike. You see that better now? That's a nose. That's a nose. What the hell, folks? There's another nose. Oh, that's the one on his wrist. We already knew that one existed. Okay. Nothing. There's an eyeball right above the nose, but not at the right angle. Very strange. Didn't come out and say it. I don't think this is the way it's supposed to be. Not the way anatomy works. And he might say, I'm not a chaosologist, so maybe this is what happens when you berserk just the right amount of berserkiness for the chaos gods. They're like, you know what? You get noses. Did they just spin a wheel? Did the chaos gods just like, oh, hey, man, look at this guy, this champion of ours. He's done good. Let's give him some gifts. George, will you tell him what he's won? And they're just like, noses, Frank. I'm going to go with that. I want to believe that the chaos gods live in a constant state of game show. That would be a good rendition of like Living Hell, right? Is this constant chaos game show? The short answer is yes. Do I want to know anything about the long answer, or do we just leave it alone? I asked too many questions, right? I'm sorry. I feel like I should have learned when I was a child, but I didn't. Pretty good blend back to the purple shadow on the back of the head, so I'm not going to mess with that. That's just using the thin paint. There's no blending going on, but we get a good blend out of it anyway. Silly Walk was a mutation. In what? Gamma World? Remember Gamma World? I was old enough to remember Gamma World. I'm sure you can still get Gamma World, right? As a matter of fact, I know you can. I saw it on eBay not too long back when I was buying some Starfleet Battle stuff. I know you can get Gamma World still. Gamma World was always so awesome as you got your mutations and made your character. Oh, the OG Chaos books. Silly Walk was a... It's like a Monty Python reference. I've seen Beetlejuice. Not. Is there a new one? I feel like there's a new one. I missed some of his arm here, so I got to go back and do that in a minute. Okay, this is weird. This is like a Care Bear face on his shoulder. That's very disturbing. I don't know what that is. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Again, the texture of rough brushstrokes is working in our favor on a model like this. Something that has this undead, wrinkly skin. If you spend a lot of time trying to, follow the lines, even with the wrinkly skin, you're going to get something that probably feels a little too nice and neat. And you can really do yourself a lot of favors by just using a very abrupt brushstroke. Who cares about the wrinkles in the skin? We'll get them and build color up on them with our layering. But in that first pass, it's not really even relevant, right? Create our own texture, our own wrinkles. our own second hand. He has a hand in the palm of his hand. See, we're catching all the texture much as if we had dry brushed because we're just using the brush strokes as very, very abrupt, you know, surface catchers almost. I got to get the fat in his on back of his arm here that I missed, and my purple dried up. He likes to have his hand held. Get it? Would you hold my hand? Would you hold my hand? Hand. Give you the brain cell back? Wait. I was allowed to have the brain cell this week. It's my week. You can't have it. It's mine.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Avian, thank you for the biddies. Is that for my singing? Is that a tip? Is that a tip in the tip jar? Or is that stop singing, Jason? If it's the former, I got you. If it's the latter, man, you can't stop this train. Went ahead and just wet blended that because I don't got time. I don't have patience. Even gets a genuine laugh and a thanks, and you get stop it, Mike. I mean, you earned yours. Did they lock me in the building? I can always get out. Is the implication there that you hope I'm locked in the building and can't get out, or that you hope I can get out and they haven't locked me in the building? I have keys. At least I think I have keys. They were on my desk. I have not left here in 4 hours, so they might be gone. But I can still, the building has push bars from the inside. I can always get out. I may not be able to get in my car and get back in. So. Route, what's going on? Exactly, Screwball. I have a death laser. I can get through stone. What a lag for the for the bits to show up? Yeah, it doesn't show up in the chat that we monitor, which is the combined YouTube and Twitch chat. It only shows up in Twitch chat over here, and so it probably showed up long before the sound came through, but I don't look over there. I don't have that kind of attention span. You can only pull off so much here, folks. All right, I'm going to use a little bit of... I think I'm going to go with an... I don't know, we already have the orangish in the armor, right? So I'm going to go with reds. I'm going to use the new red oxide. from the Adepticon set. Ta-da! Yeah, Jordan was supposed to check on me, but he hasn't, so all bets are off. I have had no supervision, no help. Nobody's brought me something to drink or to eat. I'm dying. So, chat, we've had a good run, but don't expect much. All right, so red oxide, slimming my brush down a little bit, going with the number 3. I'll put this. You are underpainting magic here. Yeah, and just really, really sketchy. Real loose, and the paint is really wet, meaning I got a lot of water on my brush. Okay. And on this guy, I just got to kind of go around and say, okay, where would I have that kind of pooling of blood across the, where I could see it through the surface. You know, he's got these flabby folds down here, so I'm just going to kind of do it right where the purple and the green meet in a lot of cases is my guiding light, so to speak. On the face, though, normally we'd have a lot of red around the eyes. He doesn't have any eyes. But we're going to go ahead and pretend like that's still a thing. We get flush around the temples, so we'll do some up around here. Okay. A little bit right at the cheek. And around the mouth. Usually follow the inside of the ear back to the laugh line. Form your cheeks. If you want to, if we were doing somebody that was more alive, you could put a little pinch of red up in the furrow of the brow. I think you might want to put a little bit across there, but only because he's deadish. Right where the globe of the head comes down to meet the neck. All right, get that red neck feel, a lot of blood there. Probably some up by this, although we'll take care of this in later stages, but probably this area where the crows are picking it is gray matter and maggots in his head. That's probably not too good, so we'll assume there's some irritation there. A nice Frankenstein-y look. Again, we'll just kind of wing it. I don't know what this stuff looks like for people. A little bit red in the throat area. Red around his nose popping up. Got eyeballs over here. Lots of like strands of muscle and ropey skin going everywhere. So we'll just kind of feed some red in between them as we go. between the fingers, webbing, palm of the hand, all that stuff. Got these two crazy fingers raised up in the air, so we'll get the pads, fingers. And as you can see, I'm not spending any time on this, right? I'm just like, there you go, red, don't care. A little bit down here, awesome, don't care. Elbow area, he doesn't really have much of an elbow going on. It's just this big hunk of whatever this is. Hamburger helper. Good enough for government work. Appreciate everybody hanging out with me. I am really enjoying painting, and it's Friday night, so I don't feel like I gotta stop, drop, and roll to go do anything else. So it's nice to be able to hang out and keep the stream going. Boom. I like it. Now we'll move on to a brighter green, and I think I want bright yellow green on this. It's one of the standards that I use for it, if I can find it. Hello? Hello? That's fluorescent. That's bright green. Where's my bright yellow green? Green. I don't has. I will steal. Bright yellow green. Jordan's bright yellow green. Shh, don't tell it. Baki liking it. Bright yellow green and blue gray. Blue gray for what? What would I use blue-gray for? That was when he expected Jordan to come check on me, right when I was stealing his paints. Nope. He probably stole it from me, exactly. All right, not as much water because bright yellow green, very, very low opacity color anyway. I'm going to stretch the bright yellow green to go over the high spots of the green and into the red. But this is thinking more in terms of highlight. Again, I'll do a quick pass and then we'll come back and take a look at it, see how we like it. But this is going to be like setting up my lighting on this. So it's only going to be out in areas where the, you know, he's sunbathing. He's out on the beach, so where the sun would catch. You'll see how the bright yellow green is impacted by all those colors underneath, whether it's the purple, the dark yellow green, or the red. We still get a lot of those colors showing up. I'm pushing my light over to our right as we look at him. Left side of his face and everything will remain in some shadow. I can still use the same bright yellow green. I just need to use it at a very low opacity on the other side. I can still use it to give some coloration over here. Wipe some off on my finger and still find a little bit of the wrinkly texture to his skin, top of the ear, stuff like that. And still keep a good balance of light going. Looks very alien right now. It's fine. Like we've said, what color is Nurgle anyway? Who knows? Do your thing. I would be doing this same kind of workup for normal human skin. I would just maybe being a little bit more particular with my color placement. I don't know. This isn't super dissimilar to how we would underpaint for just, you know, normal Joe Blow. But the goal here for me when I do this is to get all sorts of colors that I wouldn't have mixed on my own happening on the model, right? The reds, the dark greens, the purple, sometimes using blues, whatever colors you've used to paint underneath. Then when you start in with like the bright yellow green and ultimately your final skin color, right? You start to get things that you wouldn't have thought of. And that's the goal. They're all colors that are identifiable in skin, human skin at least. we may not be being very scientific or, you know, realistic in our approach to where we're putting these colors. That's irrelevant on fantasy miniatures by and large, unless you're really just going for a uncanny valley, like, you know, super realism made, you know, wrought demonic or something, then I can see that being important. I've got to leave a shadow spot for his head, so I don't want to put a lot of bright green on this side. Down here where he clears his chin, I got a little bit more, but not in all of this very much. And then, of course, I still have my lighting direction to take into account, so I can't really put a lot of highlight down here. Anyway. Got that crow up here too, so always trying to think about what would be diminishing light on a particular area. When you're painting fast like I'm doing right now, you're not going to catch them all, but you're at least thinking about it. And as we get further along, we can rectify any mistakes that we may have found. Places that should be more dark that we've painted too light and such. Don't worry about getting it perfect as you move along. Half of the fun with sketching like I'm doing is the exploration of the model in 3 dimensions as we go across our coloring, right? You can always turn it around like this and see if you're dark in equal measure across all these parts. I'm probably a little too bright on this, looks like, or too dark on everything else, but I like everything else, so this is probably too bright down here. But we'll go with it. Sometimes it doesn't have to be perfect to get the point across and make the model look right and identify parts of the model that you really want to see. I like the looping of guts down here. If I just brighten up a couple of sections like this, on this side, it will immediately make all of this stuff over here seem darker anyway. So that might help do exactly what I need it to do. I'll do the same thing here at the top of the hand and this finger that comes out this way. Why does the hobby stress you out so much? Because you're thinking about being perfect all the time. You don't have to be perfect. What are you talking about? This feels like the Wonder Woman video because it is almost exactly, right? Dark purple. We've used a different red. We used burnt red over there, but same concept with the red oxide, exactly. Very, very similar. I'm just attacking it a little bit differently because of the subject matter being a sickly, nurgly dude. But yeah, it's exactly the Wonder Woman video. Like I tell you, this stuff is repeatable. Project to project, the way I show you to paint, super, super repeatable. Which is why I teach you this way, because every skill you learn should be usable in enough situations to have it worthwhile to learn it. You know, if you're learning things that are only going to be used once in a blue moon, that's cool, but it's much cooler when I'm learning stuff that I use, you know, Monday through Friday when I'm painting. I'm picking up a brush, I'm doing what Fuse showed me. Now I've successfully darkened everything down a little bit by just brightening up that little bit on the gut there. And I will put a skin tone back over this, right? Faux show. I still have to give some form of better cohesion to these colors in terms of, you know, what they are in reality, their skin. I'm not trying to make him look flayed, pickle man. I still have room to put, I'm thinking red gray is my go-to here for the first pass for skin tone. Really get that brightness drawing up to the top of the head. Remember, on the back, your lighting direction changes, so it's on the left now, so these areas will be brighter here. Nothing really to shade us from the light other than the form of the model. Top of the shoulder is going to be just almost as bright as the head. Kind of gradually bring it out from under the sword, though, because the sword will create its own shadow on the skin right beneath it. Once you get comfortable to painting this way, kind of letting fear go and just going with it, throwing color at it, seeing what sticks. I don't say that you'll do it on an expensive model every time, you know. Be smart, find something like our texture trainer that you could practice this on, you know, repaint it so that some of that stress and fear of, you know, doing it right is flushed down the toilet initially. You don't have to worry about it so much. What's a texture trainer? These are our texture trainers. They're models that are on 60mm discs. They have the Monument logo on the back, but you don't have to paint the back. They're bust size, like this guy we're painting here. But they're a lot less complicated because you're really just painting, you know, it's still three-dimensional. Obviously, it has a lot of depth to it, but you're only worried about painting what you can see. So you really get to hold the model and focus on it, whereas on him, I've got to focus on what happens over here, right? How does this light move around the dimension of the full volume of a full character, right? So I wanted to make busts that really you can get used to painting textures like we're painting, spending more time painting them, spending more time blending your colors, things like that, but in a way that is more comfortable because, like I said, you're really only ever focused on what you can see, right? Another one, our warrior, right? So you can take your time, have fun, practice textures. You could do this skin on her the same way I'm doing on the Nurgle guy right now, and then just paint them over because they're $20. We make them ourselves. I design them. William Tsang, good friend of ours, sculpts them all. And yeah,
Hey,
that's it.
somebody
Super
likes
easy.
us.
Thank you for that follow. Yeah, I created those simply for the idea that you guys could have something that made you comfortable to start painting in a more deliberate manner on larger miniatures. And finding ways around texture to where it's not just, hey, leather is brown. Yeah, leather can be just brown and that's great, but what if you were to paint like all the dimension that can happen with it because it's aged, right? It has those cracks and that worn feel to it. Well, how do you do that? Well, watch a stream like this, grab a texture trainer, practice, go wild. You want to paint skin that looks like this? Grab one of those texture trainers, go wild. I plan to do a texture trainer that is very similar to this in terms of the monstrosity type skin so that you can really kind of go hog wild with textures on it as opposed to just, standard human stuff that we've done so far. There'll be some monsters. We've got a good amount of those planned for you. And we make them right here. So many people are afraid to jump into big models, busts, or large 40K models, even painting like Usharan or Robute Gilliman or something like that, right? Everybody's like, varying levels of, oh my God, I can't paint a model that big. Hell, even dreadnoughts and stuff. And so rather than, take your brush and pray to the paint gods over a $150 model, pick up a $20 texture trainer. Go for it. That way, if it doesn't turn out the way you want, you don't feel as bad about painting over it. Throw a coat of primer over it. We've had people paint model. Hell, Jordan has painted the same texture trainer like 6 times already, just playing around. Just doing textures, finding your way around a model, coming up with new ideas. Maybe you got something you want to try on a bigger project. Texture trainer, great way to do it. I don't want to brighten this area down here too much, but I do want to find some of that texture in it. Speaking of texture, that looks pretty good. Again, first pass has quite a bit of water on the brush, so it's very, very thin. Goes on and blends with the undercoats real quick. And then the second time I come back, no water on the brush, just paint. And I get much brighter effect out of it. Super easy, effective way to paint every model, every time, with every paint that you use. Just remember that. First time you lay any color on the model, do it with more water on your brush. Look, we got some really cool oranges happening because of the red and the yellow and the green. Lots of really cool coloration going on in his skin just because of how these, what is it, 3 colors? The dark purple, the dark green, and, oh no, and the red too, right? So 4 colors so far. We get way more than 4 colors visually on the model, which is the goal. Why we paint this way.
Hey, somebody likes us.
A lot of the magic just shows up, right? Unbeknownst to me when I'm doing this. Thank you for that follow. I won't have any clue what I'm about to get when I put the next color on the model a lot of times. You know, by putting bright yellow green over magenta or, you know, pinks or whatever, blues. I have an idea what I'm going to get. But what I ultimately get is kind of up to the paint gods, and I'm okay with that. Gives a really nice exploratory adventure to painting. Right, there we go. So we got darkness on this side, brightness on him on this side. Our light's carried through. We're pretty good. I'm just going to start with the head. I am slowing down a little bit. I need to eat some food, but I don't want to stop here. I want to put a little bit of coloration of the skin on maybe this hand or the head. We'll play around a little bit, but I'm probably going to call it here pretty quick. So I'm going to start with red gray. Red gray is kind of a good, you can imagine flesh like decaying into this color, right? It's a good neutral, but it has just enough life to it that I can play it off his skin. We're going to try that. See how it goes. Holy late stream, Grizz. What's going on? Have I painted a Stampa? Me? I have not painted a Stampa. Chris did. You saw that one, right? Chris's Stampa. I've painted a lot of orc stuff. Orc stuff is fun. It's all the same. Like, it's all rusty metals. What do you want to do with it? So that's what this is going to look like. I'm not going super thin glaze, but I don't want a super thick coating of paint either. And I'm just going to start layering that on over the brightest highlight areas too. Get those gristly bits. Just water on my brush will keep the paint a little translucent. This time I'll glaze into the reds too. But don't just layer it over the greens. Like I kept the bright yellow green kind of, you know, limited in how far I put it down onto other colors. This time I'm going to take this and scoot it not only over the greens, but into the reds and into some of those deepest purple spots. Now we're stretching the bodysuit of skin over the top of the muscle and the grit and the meat, right? Think of it like that. You got a skin suit and you're stretching it on over him. Here's his skin leotard. Got to go over all the bits. You just get to kind of play with color. Right? And there you go. Now our greenish reds and everything show through still. It's pretty intense on the reds, so I'll probably keep layering up a little bit more on the reds. A lot of times you've seen me do this step with airbrush. I will airbrush this skin layer over the top so that I can get it over everything. But as you can see, you can do brush just as well. Takes a little bit more brush control to work with a thin layered paint like this, right? Just take most of it off on whatever paper towel, thumb palette, whatever you got laying around. water only right now. You can use glaze and wash medium if you're more comfortable there. It would do the same thing and it would keep the paint a little thicker. The issue I'm going to run into, or that you're going to run into if you just follow along with me right now, is that the paint is going to be fairly thin and might skate off your brush in a way that you're not really comfortable controlling. So I leave that up to you, right? That's the know your limits kind of part of painting. Do you feel like you can handle, paint at its thinnest viscosity, which is what water is going to give you? Or if you aren't as comfortable with glazing, feel like you need a little bit more practice, the glaze and wash medium is fantastic as a helper for this. No shame in that at all. Okay. Paint the mask on his head there. Over here a little bit. I want a little bit thinner coloration as I go into the shadow, so I'll leave more water on my brush. That means that when I come over here, we're going to see through the paint a lot more than we did on this. I'm going to start where I want the most paint, which is on the top of the head, rather than over in the shadows, because even though the paint's pretty thin, it's still going to have a bigger impact on that first spot where you touch the model. Let's do that there, and then when I know I've got most of that paint unloaded, then I come over and I'll just kind of swipe it. See, I'm not really taking time. I'm just swiping it over the model on the dark side. And you can see very quickly how red-gray becomes a very, very good flesh tone if this is the kind of thing you're trying to create. Dead flesh. Painted under with dead colors like, those bruisey, unhealthy, see a doctor colors, purples, greens, yellows, combos of those. A little bit of red so that we still get a feeling like the guy used to be alive. Could still be alive if we gave him, we could still resuscitate him maybe. This guy, I don't know if you would. This guy probably deserves a do not resuscitate badge. And then just keep layering up like this until you're happy with the way you're getting your coverage, how those colors underneath are showing through. It's going to be blotchy. I'm going to get some green showing through more in some areas than others, and that's fine. It's going to give me a very alien look and feel to it. And I'm going to be okay with that until I get the whole thing done, and then I'll come back and redo it. Because remember, I'm probably still going to throw another highlight color on the flesh, so I got to be careful. I don't want to do too much work with this color because it's not going to leave me the landing strip I need to put the rest of my work on. So just be careful. This still being kind of rough is a good thing. Keep forgetting where I put it on my palette. You heard me giggle? Sometimes the words as they're coming out of my mouth, I'm like, is that really what I meant to say? I mean, it works, I just run with it. Whatever. It's just Jason talking, making up mad statements again. That guy's crazy. Don't listen to him. Use this color to get a lot of that weird ropey texture back into the model. And just like a zenithal priming job, we're going to inherit a lot of the brightness and darkness that we've created in those values. This color is fairly bright, so we got to be careful that we don't over brighten the model. One of the big issues when doing this with a brush is that you can have a bigger impact to opacity right out of the gates. The airbrush is going to be a little bit easier to control, but because we already painted a lot of the metal armor, the airbrush isn't the best idea right this minute. We're just going to keep doing this. Wait a minute, you don't listen to me? What about dry brushing some of this? You could definitely do it. I would do it with a damp dry brush, if that makes sense. So you're really over brushing, it's not really dry brushing, you're just using the same tool. You don't want to create a situation where you create just color on the high spots, right? A lot of times you're trying to get into the low spots with this too. So just remember that as you go. But yes, like a damp dry brush that, you can push in and get color into the low spots of the model would be great. No reason not to. Obviously, because of the Nurgle-esque image that we're trying to create here, a little bit of green goes a long way. So I don't want to cover up all my green. So I am using this fairly thin coating. I'm only really catching the high spots on some of this stuff and then going into the low spots to get in blended with that red. But I want to let the green still peek through, so I'm not doing complete coverage on these high spots as I go. Again, wispy strokes, not quite as big and brutal as the chunky strokes I was doing with the number 6 brush earlier, but still pretty loose. Got a lot of texture on this model, so I can let that work in my favor. I don't have to have very precise brush strokes. Even if they don't follow right along with this ridge in the flesh, it's no big deal. As I notice I have less color on the brush, I'll go more into the shadows because I can't have as big of an impact there. Now, if you've been painting long, you know when your brush is no longer delivering the intensity of pigment that it was when you started this last series of brush strokes. That paint is still really good. That brush is still really good. You don't have to go clean it off to get more paint all the time. You can say, oh, I don't have much paint on my brush right now. This is a great time for me to look at, hitting a low spot, like a shadow where I don't want a lot of intensity. I notice I have too much pigment on the brush. I just wipe it on my finger again. And one of the big keys is getting rid of most of the paint on my thumb palette here so that I'm not touching the model with this big droplet of wetness that I got to move around and gets into the cracks and crevices. It's still very controllable for me right now paint this way because I'm only putting the paint from the individual brushstroke on the model and not excess that I got to figure out what to do with. one of the things that gives people the most problem when painting is that they get too much material on the model at one go and don't know what to do with it. Like, gets everywhere. Starts staining, running into shadows, crevices. If you're painting with white, nothing worse than having white down in the cracks, you know? So much of a waste as it seems, get rid of a bunch of your material. The brush still has paint. May not look like it has a lot. That's fine. Still does a really good job of delivering color. That's pretty good. And then as we get into our shadow color is all that bruised grossness. And then our highlight color is where we start seeing the skin. You can imagine it being like I like to think of it as like that rice paper that they'll use on spring rolls. You ever had a spring roll? And that real thin rice paper that'll go on the spring roll, and you can see the vegetables that are inside it. It looks kind of gross. It's like this see-through skin on the spring roll is kind of what you're going for when you're painting this way. You want that see-through gross. You got white in all the cracks. That's me too. Me too. Kind of like a light beige. I'm really happy with that. Looking pretty good. Gross. Definitely not well. I like the contrast it brings to the armor. The armor almost still seems too clean for him, right? But I dig it. It sets up a neat contrarian kind of perspective of what we expect from something as gross and nurgly as him. I want a little bit more of that bright yellow green over here on the arm, but I'll work that back in, or I'll see what happens next after the next skin tone color that we go in. But I think I'm going to call it for quits there. We did a lot, man. We did a lot. Good one stream's worth of painting. Long stream. Pretty good. Pizza rolls. You can't see through pizza rolls. Spring rolls are gross. Get you some egg rolls. But you can't see through them. That was the whole analogy. Now glaze with metallic medium, it's easy. We do that all the time. Well, we show that a lot of time. Baka, take it easy if I missed you already. You never thought that was gross on a spring roll until I pointed it out. Well, I mean, well, I'm quitting. I'm quitting. I'm quitting. Panic Bomb, thank you for hanging out with me. Awkwardish, thank you for hanging out with me. Everyone, thank you for hanging out with me. We stayed an extra 3 hours. That's pretty good, right? 5 hours of stream. I think in 5 hours of painting, we did a pretty good job. See, I can paint pretty quick. One more super zoom in for all of those of you who wonder, like how rough I'm painting when I say I'm painting rough. Check it out. This will also give you a good view of the nuance of color that we're getting as we're glazing over that. Look how disgusting that is, right? That looks like a lot more effort than it was. That was 4 colors blown on there, really rough, right? But we get a tremendous amount of coloration happening beyond 4. That's a good 10 colors worth of blended look for only 4 colors on the model. Or 5. 5 now, right? With the red gray. But you can see every brush stroke. I'm painting very rough. We'll smooth it in post, or we'll love the texture and we'll leave it. Sometimes I get to a point where a model looks good with all the texture on it, and we just leave it the way it is. But we've got a good start. I'm really happy with where it's going. Should be good. I'll continue on Monday. I won't paint any more off stream, right? I'll keep this guy on stream only so that we can, somebody had asked, so that we can at least point you to the streams where we painted him from start to finish. Should be good. His rough is more effort than you've ever done, Sugar Rush. Well, the goal is to show you that you can loosen up your brush stroke, think a little bit more freely with how you're painting, and still achieve really awesome results. Now, I'm not going to undermine the fact that where to put those colors is probably the most important thing, right? How to move your highlights to the right point to keep your volumes in tune, how to put one color over the next, how to choose those colors and value and things like that. So hopefully you're learning a lot here on how to do that. The non-metallic happened very quickly, and was really good and sketched without a lot of pressure. I've painted for 5 hours because there was no pressure to paint it. I felt good. I felt comfortable with the painting. Sometimes it just flows, and that's what I seek. Not only in a model that intrigues me to paint it like this guy does, it's just a fun model to look at and want to paint. But then when the paint really starts working, and you start being able to paint loose and you're not stressed out about it, like, oh my God, if this blend isn't right, I got to paint this bag again. No, I tend to not attack models that way no matter what they are. I tend to just be open with it, and go with the flow, let the model decide. It seems hippy dippy, but it really works at the end, and then you can still clean it up. If I wanted all of these blends to be ultra smooth, I could still make that happen, right? It would take me more effort than I want to put into this model, but we'll see. I like the fact that one of the things that I really loved about this guy, like I said, is that he is all texture, gross chaos, and you can get away with painting them really rough. And if you put the right time in rough, it looks better than smooth by a long shot. So just has to be the right application. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me. I'll see if there's anybody streaming, and we'll do a raid. I'm not going to go through all the formality of closing out with the links. Everybody already knows that. Come visit us at monumenthobbies.com. If you don't know who we are, we manufacture all these paints and brushes you see me using. We'd love for you to try our stuff. There you go. Some marketing. Have a wonderful weekend. If I come in the office and I work on something, maybe I'll stream, but I don't guarantee it. It isn't on my calendar to do so. I just know I need to kind of come in and it would be good. And after this, I feel like that would be fun. So maybe pay attention to your Twitch alerts and your YouTube alerts. We'd love to see you back. But find your death laser. I'm going to go over there and look for it right now. I'll let you know. Or ping me on Discord if you don't hear from me. I'll probably get interrupted walking through the room with all those nerds in there. But thank you so much for hanging out with me late. I will catch you on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. I'm out.